Western perspectives. Unleash innovation, expand horizons. Every page unlocks potential. Every challenge sparks growth. Begin here. Shape the future. Hong Kong Baptist University.
everyone. Before the start of the symposium, we would love to remind you to please switch off your mobile phone or turn into silent mode. And I'm looking forward to seeing everyone together. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. The mic is not ready yet. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for joining us. Before the commencement of this symposium, may I kindly invite our photographers to come on stage for a group photo. And I would love everyone to make sure have a big smile and show your enthusiasm. Let's go. Thank you.
Okay, everybody. Okay, and smile. Okay, two more please. Keep your smile. Okay, ready? Okay, last one. Big smile, please. Okay, thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow scholars, and students. As Hong Kong Baptist University approaches its 70th anniversary in 2026, it is our great pleasure to welcome you to the 3rd International Symposium on Humanities and Culture, Strategies and Impact of a Digital Future. I am Hamza, a PhD student from the Department of Sports and Health Sciences, Academy of Wellness and Human Development at Hong Kong Baptist University.
And I am Christina, an Innovation in Health and Social Wellbeing transdisciplinary student concentrating in health technology and informatics at Hong Kong Baptist University. While originally from India, I grew up in Shenzhen. So therefore, 欢迎大家莅临第三届人文、社会与数字未来国际研讨会。
你嘅普通話咁流利嘅。
那當然。We are delighted to host this international gathering, which celebrates HKBU's long-standing commitment to education excellence, innovation, and whole person development, while exploring the vital convergence of technology and the humanities.
During the sessions today and on Friday, this symposium will bring together academic leaders, researchers, and professionals here in Hong Kong and in Zhuhai. So get excited. For inspiring agenda of keynote speeches, panel discussions, and collaborative dialogues. Together, we will examine how digital advancements are impacting culture, society, and education through transdisciplinary perspectives.
Absolutely, Hamza. We look forward to thought-provoking presentations and meaningful conversations led by esteemed speakers, shaping the digital frontier. Before we commence our journey into this evolving landscape, let us officially open the symposium with our opening ceremony.
To commence this auspicious occasion, we would like to invite Dr. Kennedy Wong, BBS Chairman of the Council and the Court, Hong Kong Baptist University, to please come on stage for a stage group photo. Dr. Wong, please.
May I also please invite Professor Alexander Ping-Kong Wai, JP President and Vice Chancellor of Hong Kong Baptist University, to join us for a photo. He will be accompanied by Dr. Louis Ng, Museum Director, Hong Kong Palace Museum. We would like to invite all of our speakers, moderators, vice presidents, and deans as well as the symposium lead organizers to join us on stage. The symposium speakers and moderators include Professor Neil Selvin, Monash University, Professor Cicely Raynor, McGill University, Professor Meredith Martin, Princeton University.
Professor Peter Francois, the University of Oxford. Professor Julian Thomas, RMIT University. Moderator, Professor Lo Kwai Chung, Hong Kong Baptist University. And moderator, Professor Kwong Chi Man, Hong Kong Baptist University.
Our vice presidents include Dr. Albert Chow, Vice President, Teaching and Learning, Hong Kong Baptist University. Professor Liu Aiping, Vice President, Research and Development, Hong Kong Baptist University. Our deans include Professor Zhong Bu, Dean of School of Communication, Hong Kong Baptist University. Professor Zhang Han, Dean of School of Business, Hong Kong Baptist University. Our symposium lead organizers include Professor Tang Beibei, Dean of Faculty of Humanities and Social Sciences, Beijing Normal, Hong Kong Baptist University. Professor Daniel Lai, Dean of Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences at Hong Kong Baptist University.
Let's look at the camera and smile. Could I please invite Dr. Kennedy Wong to remain on stage to deliver the welcome address? Thank you very much to all of our guests and speakers. Please kindly be seated.
All right. Good morning. All the distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, thank you again for being here today. And on behalf of the Hong Kong Baptist University, it is my great pleasure to welcome you to the third International Symposium on Humanities and Culture, Strategies and Impact of a Digital Future. This symposium presents an opportune moment for us to explore the dynamic intersections between humanities and culture in our rapidly evolving digital world. This year marks Hong Kong BU's 70th anniversary, 7 decades of dedication to academic excellence, innovation, and whole-person education. We firmly believe that education must evolve with the society while remaining grounded in enduring human values. Today, that conviction finds renewed relevance as we advance transdisciplinary research that bridges technology, culture, science, and the arts. Our pioneering One University, Two Campuses model with Beijing Normal Hong Kong Baptist University further strengthened this mission. By connecting talent, ideas, and perspectives across the Greater Bay Area and beyond, we are cultivating a dynamic ecosystem where collaboration transcends geography and disciplines, underpinning our commitment to internationalization and the nurturing of future leaders. The rapid emergence of virtual and augmented reality, big data, and generative AI offers extraordinary possibilities for cultural expression, heritage preservation, and scholarly inquiry. Yet, these opportunities come with profound questions. How do we safeguard authenticity? How do we ensure ethical deployment? How do we harness innovation to serve the common good? The theme of this symposium, Strategies and Impact of a Digital Future, invites us to address these questions with both imagination and responsibility. It calls for vigorous scholarship, open dialogue, and cross-sector collaboration to critically examine how digital advancement is reshaping humanities and culture, and to harness these technologies responsibly to benefit humanities in building a sustainable future. These are at the heart of HKBU's motto, faith and perseverance. Today, we are honored to welcome leading scholars and industry partners from around the world. Your insights will not only enrich our conversations, but also shape new pathways for research and collaboration. I encourage each of you to engage boldly, exchange ideas generously, and explore partnerships that extend beyond this gathering. Once again, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your support and participation in this symposium. Your presence here will be a positive influence on our combined efforts to shape a better digital future. I wish you a fruitful and inspiring symposium. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Wong, for your inspiring words. Please be seated. Now, please put your hands together for Professor Alexander Ping Kong Wai, JPM President and Vice Chancellor of Hong Kong Baptist University. And Professor Wai, please come on stage to deliver the opening address.
Dr. Kennedy Wong, the Chairman of the Council of the Hong Kong Baptist University, Louis, Director of the Hong Kong Palace Museum, honorable guests, keynote speakers, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to inaugurate the third International Symposium on Digital Humanities and Culture. This year's theme is Strategies and Impact of a Digital Future. On behalf of the Hong Kong Baptist University, I warmly welcome all of you, whether you're joining us in person here at the iconic Hong Kong Palace Museum or participating virtually from across the world. Your presence affirms the importance of our shared mission, which is to innovate, shape, and explore at the intersection of technology, humanities, and cultures. I extend my heartfelt appreciation to our speakers for your expertise and perspectives that you bring to our vibrant intellectual community in Hong Kong. I'm grateful for the effort and contribution from our colleagues over the past 3 years, which have made this symposium a truly international event, uniting scholars and practitioners from different disciplines, backgrounds, and generations from around the world. This year, 2026, is particularly significant for Hong Kong Baptist University because we celebrate our 70th anniversary. Since our founding in 1956, we have remained steadfast in our commitment to academic excellence, research, knowledge transfer, and service to the community. These milestones invite us to reflect on our achievements and, at the same time, look forward as we continue to move and make meaningful impact. Hong Kong Baptist University is taking the lead in transdisciplinary education and research, fostering a holistic understanding of technology's influence on society and culture. A recent example is that we launched the Hong Kong's first AI Media Center in January this year. This is a pioneering initiative that advances the integration of artificial intelligence, or usually called AI, and humanities from a social sciences perspective. This center exemplifies our commitment to transdisciplinary leadership and technological innovation, and also reflects on our mission to shape the future through collaborative research and community engagement. The theme for this year's symposium, Strategies and Impact of a Digital Future, invites us to move ahead with imagination, but also with responsibilities. Over these 2 days, we will engage with thought-provoking sessions This morning, we begin with digital transformation in society, culture, and education, exploring how digital technologies are reshaping cultural practices, education paradigms, and social interactions in our increasingly connected world. This afternoon, the Digital Humanities and Transdisciplinary Research session will highlight innovative approaches and projects that transcend traditional academic boundaries, demonstrating the power of digital tools to unlock new insights in humanities. This Friday, not tomorrow, this Friday, because you are traveling to the neighboring city of Zhuhai, and then you will experience this longest suspension bridge with tunnel. Enough adjectives should always be the longest, the tallest, the highest in the world, okay? So this Friday, I'm the tallest person on stage, okay? And the smartest. Perhaps not very good looking. This Friday, the social, ethical, and policy implications of technology roundtable discussion in Zhuhai will examine the critical challenges and opportunities posed by rapid technological advancement, including issues related to privacy, equity, governance, and the ethical responsibilities of scholars and practitioners. This symposium is hosted at two remarkable venues, as I said earlier. Day one, today here, at the iconic Hong Kong Palace Museum. And day two, this Friday, again, not tomorrow, at the Beijing Normal University, Hong Kong Baptist University at Zhuhai, China. This arrangement embodies our spirit of cross-regional and cross-cultural collaborations. Together, we will explore innovative strategies and the transformative impact of the digital age on humanities, culture, and society. I encourage all of you to participate fully, particularly students, ask questions, challenge assumptions, and consider how your own work may intersect with the themes and ideas presented here. Let's remember, the digital future is shaped by our choices, our values, and our collective willingness to collaborations across disciplines and borders. By bringing together global thought leaders, scholars, and professionals, this symposium will affirm our commitment to building a future that honors both technological progress and the richness of human experience. As we, Hong Kong Baptist University, celebrate our 70th anniversary, let us boldly envision and help create a digital future that's ethical, inclusive, and transformative. Here, I wish you all a stimulating and inspiring symposium. Thank you for joining us on this important journey. Thank you again.
Thank you, Professor Wai. Please be seated. With the opening ceremony concluded, it's time to look forward to the sessions ahead. We wish you all a day filled with stimulating conversations and groundbreaking ideas.
Now let's invite our first session's moderator, Professor Lo Kwai Chung, Professor and Chair of Department of Humanities and Creative Writing, Academy of Language and Culture, Hong Kong Baptist University, to kick off the symposium.
Please enjoy.
Okay, good morning. Our first keynote speaker, Professor Neil Selwyn, is professor in the Faculty of Education at Monash University in Melbourne. He previously worked at the Institute of Education in London and at the Cardiff School of Social Sciences. For the past 30 years, even though he looked much younger, for the past 30 years, so I can't imagine that, he has researched how digital technology is integrated into schools, universities, and adult learning. He is an internationally recognized expert in digital education. His work focuses on the real-world constraints and challenges of using technology in education. Professor Selwyn was one of the earliest scholars to raise concerns about the risk of AI in education. He warns about manipulative educational technologies that rely on surveillance and control. He also highlights how AI can reinforce social harms for less privileged students. And he draws attention to the energy use and ecological impact of ongoing AI development. Professor Selwyn argues that technology should be co-built with local stakeholders, starting with the needs of people on the ground and in specific contexts, so we can create fairer futures. He is currently leading nationally funded projects on the rollout of educational data and learning analytics, on AI tubes, and on how teachers' digital work is changing. His funded project has been supported by national research agencies in the UK, Australia, the United States, Sweden, and Uruguay. He has also worked with the BBC, the Gates Foundation, Microsoft Partners in Learning, Save the Children, the National Assembly of Wales, and UNESCO. Professor Selwyn is a regular keynote speaker at international conferences and a fellow of the Academy of Social Sciences in Australia. He also produced a public podcast. It could be easily found on the web, called Education, Technology, Society, Critical Conversations about Digital Education. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Selwyn.
Wow, that was an amazing introduction. Thank you very much, Daniel. I am very old. I have been doing this for 30 years, and it's wonderful to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation to speak. There's so much that we can talk about in terms of digital transformation of society, culture, but I wanted to start by talking about education. Something I think we all have in common. Now, I've been researching, as Daniel said, this area of education and technology actually for 31 years now, which might sound really boring to a lot of you, but it's actually been a constantly changing area. And for the past 20 years, since a lot of you guys were in school, or even before you were born, things have changed immensely. So just looking back 20 years to 2026, back to 2006, when I was doing research in schools, and I do a lot of work in schools, classrooms were very much about the digital on the side. And now in 2026, we have the digital in the center. And what's really interesting about this shift, the digital in the center, is that most of the changes are behind the scenes. So the classrooms of today are typified by every student having at least 1, 2, 3 different devices. Personalized learning systems in the background, learning management systems, AI tutors, platforms and analytics, and so much technology in the background of classrooms. This has been a huge change. But perhaps the biggest change that we've seen over the past 20 years is actually that a lot of classrooms today are not physical, they're virtual. We've shifted to having education taking place online, and a colleague of mine, Tom Hillman, says we've shifted from having technology in classrooms to classrooms in technology. Now, alongside these general shifts, what's really exciting are the developments, I think, in the humanities and the liberal arts and cultural education. You guys have been grappling with generative AI, communicative AI, and lots of other really interesting creative AI developments. Extended reality, simulations have really changed the humanities, 3D modeling, maker tech, haptics, and some of the creative and arts subjects have really changed the way we can do things. The digitalization of mass archives of literature and art and other cultural heritage artifacts, again, have changed the way we think. And we now talk about digital humanities and digital culture and digital arts. We talk about poetic computation, STEAM, science, technology, engineering, arts, and maths. So I think we can anticipate a really exciting future for education in our space. And I'm sure you're aware of all of the great opportunities and benefits that are always claimed about technology. Increasing access, widening participation, overcoming barriers to learning of geography, demography, social circumstance, new forms of cultural expression and large online publics, creating, engaging in culture and therefore learning. And I'm also sure you're aware of some of the well-voiced concerns that people have. We know actually that the take-up of technology tends to be inconsistent. Online spaces are not all free and open. They're often very hierarchical, very exclusionary. And of course, digital media can be really great spaces for dialogue, but they can also be fertile spaces for misinformation, disinformation, and hate speech. So I think we need to be circumspect and appropriately skeptical when we're talking about digital technology and education. But I want to be constructively critical and think about opportunities and risks and rhetoric and reality. So I think digital education is a really important thing for everybody in this room to be thinking about. When I started in 1995, it was a really niche topic, but the past 5-6 years have seen education and technology become a mainstream policy and practical concern. COVID in Hong Kong and in Melbourne and all around the world saw a massive shift to remote emergency online education. We've then had the generative AI boom. Education technology now is in the perfect storm. And now, unsurprisingly, as the stakes are getting higher, the debate is becoming more fractured. So on the one hand, we are seeing a hyper push for AI, especially in China, especially from the IT industry and from policymakers telling us that AI is the future, everything is unavoidable. But on the other hand, we are also seeing a concerted digital backlash, a techlash, particularly from the general public and from parents who are raising big concerns over overuse and overdependency, the mental stresses of being online, and what Cory Doctorow refers to as the general enshittification of online services. So we're in this really funny space at the moment where we've got a lot of boosterism and a lot of doomsterism. And I think we need to engage with this in a constructive way. There are no easy answers or clear directions or recommendations that I can make to solve all these things, or we can come up with. Digital education is messy and it's fractious, but I think, and this is my main message for today, I think when it comes to rethinking education and digital futures, educators and teachers, non-technologists need to be leading these conversations, not the IT industry, not policymakers. Apology if there are any policymakers in the room. And in particular, I think educators and students from across the humanities and the social sciences and the liberal arts in cultural education can be leading the way, because I think our areas of work are some of the most exciting places to think differently about the digital. The humanities and the liberal arts and the social sciences tell us that technology is not autonomous and a source of inevitable change. Our areas tell us that we don't need to think technology is going to fix things. Our area is well aware that technologies are not neutral, that technologies have politics. And our area are well aware that technology is entwined with the social and society, with humans and the humane, with culture. So I think the digital technologies can play a really useful role in this space and can actually lead the way of rethinking what digital education might be in the next 10, 20, 30, 40 years. And most importantly, I think the way that we think reminds us that we can say no to technology, that we can actually design and develop our own technology, that we have agency, particularly in universities. So I think it's really important that people, communities like everybody here today, and everyone that we work with, gets involved in rethinking what education and technology is, what types of education and technology we want, and what forms of education and technology we do not want. This needs to be a lively conversation, an ongoing lively conversation amongst all of our different areas. So as an opening contribution, as a provocation, I just wanted to talk about 10 big points from my 31 years of doing this that I think need to be part of these conversations. And these are talking points that tend to get left out of the usual debates. These are talking points, I think, though, that can help us get a really good sense of what the future of education in the humanities and the social sciences and the liberal arts and cultural education might look like in Hong Kong and beyond in the digital era. So we'll do a countdown from 10 to 1. I wanted to start with a couple of positive things. As Daniel hinted, my research tends to be rather critically minded. But I think if you want to know what good digital education is, then I think we can look at places like we're in today: museums, libraries, archives, galleries. There's been a significant uptake in the digital education efforts of non-formal education providers like galleries and libraries and museums and cultural centres such as this. And this is where some of the most exciting things are happening. For example, we've got large-scale digitalisation programmes involving the collation, the cataloguing, the online provision of digital texts and images and other cultural artefacts. And this is leading to some really exciting ways of encouraging people to learn interactively and play with digital artefacts and digital archives. There are some great museum examples of game-based learning where you can play the entire archive, for example, of the British Library. Educational tours of remote heritage sites that are completely inaccessible but can be virtually visited. National libraries allowing people to remix historic manuscripts. Great examples of digital education are right in front of us. And these are great examples of how education can take place free from structural constraints of formal curricula, assessment regimes, and all of the other requirements that schools and universities have. So if you want to know what good digital education is, look at the GLAM sector. And actually what the GLAM sector tell us, I think, is that informal learning is perhaps the most exciting part of digital education. I think the most impactful forms of digital technologies and education and learning over the past 20 years are the millions of peer-produced tuition resources that you can find online on platforms like YouTube and TikTok. One of the most impactful digital technologies of the past 20 years in terms of education is the Commons online resource Wikipedia. Millions of people learn from these things. So I think if there's going to be a transformation of teaching and learning, it's going to be in the ways that technology can support powerful networks of passion-based learning, what my colleagues in the MacArthur Foundation call the connected learning model, where technologies allow people to come together, build communities, share, create, produce, and learn in really empowering ways. So I don't think the future of digital education is my university buying a new personalised learning system or a learning management system or online proctoring or having AI tutors. It's going to be technology that allows communities to learn and teach each other together for themselves. Universities like this one can nurture this, can encourage this, can learn from this, but shouldn't try and directly co-opt it because then it doesn't become fun anymore, more powerful. So I think there's a couple of good examples there that we can look, but we need to be wary. We don't want to get too excited. So I'm here now also to lower the mood. There are lots of caveats, and I wanted to really focus on what we need to be thinking critically about. I think we need to remember that learning is fundamentally a social and collective endeavour. People learn in a diversity of ways that technology is simply not capable of simulating. People learn through dialogue with each other. People learn by example. People learn by being in the presence of other people learning the same thing. That's why you come to university. That's why you go to your classes. You're learning with other people. Technology is quite good at supporting people to learn that. It's not so good at supporting people to learn how. The difference between knowing facts, which technology is quite good at supporting, to more difficult things like developing judgment or developing skills. Developing judgment, developing skills comes from learning alongside other people, especially learning with and from other people who are more knowledgeable and expert than you are. There are many forms of learning, I think, that lie outside the scope of technology. Many forms of human knowledge that are not formalizable or can be fully determined in advance. So if you think about a lot of the things that we're interested in, passionate about learning and teaching, sculpture, dance, drawing, drafting, writing, critique, reflection, aesthetics. These are all things that digital platforms and digital environments can only offer limited support in developing. Technology is not very good at helping you develop in terms of embodied learning, the psychomotor hands-on skills you need to make a pot or to play a sport. Technology is not very good at developing experiential knowledge, such as emotional intelligence. Technology is not very good at developing ethical wisdom. That's dependent on things like lived judgment. So technology doesn't deal with the full spectrum of what learning is. And we need to be wary of that when we're trying to bring technology into all aspects of how we support learning. And similarly, I think we need to remember that technology doesn't deal with the full spectrum of what teaching is. I think we need to celebrate the complexity of what it is that human teachers do in the course of their work. I think there's a lot that good teachers do that technology cannot. And I love the work of the education philosopher Geert Biester. And he writes about the 3 gifts of teaching, the 3 things that human teachers do that technology can't do. Engage students with a body of knowledge and give students more than they think they want. He talks about teachers empathizing with students and their prevailing contexts, giving students a frame and conditions with which they can engage with information and content, making information and content speak to the student, helping students make sense of information and content. And last of all, and I think this is the most exciting thing, is the way that human teachers spark people's interests in learning, encourage them to actually learn for themselves, push students to do things that they otherwise wouldn't do for themselves. So an AI tutor might be able to recommend to you the next bit of learning that you should do that best fits where you are. But an AI tutor is not going to frame this in a way that really makes it come alive, that really connects with you, that really lights a fire and makes you passionate about learning. So a lot of teaching is about things that technology can't do. Contextualized decision-making, improvisation. Technology can do teaching very quickly, reliably, and at scale, and can do lots of things that human teachers can't do. And it can mimic some of the core things that teachers do. But I think it does it in decontextualized and simplified ways. So when we are pushing for AI tutors, we have to think, what are we losing and what are we gaining? And I think the topics and the subjects that we're in, we possibly lose quite a lot. I think we also need to think about values. Digital technology has a very specific set of values baked into it, based around the nature of computation, based around the nature of optimization and standardization. So these values, I think, we need to think very carefully about how they fit with the values that we want. These are technologies that are computational, that rely on classification and sorting and standardization. This is a technology industry that prides itself on values of efficiency, optimization, scalability, monitoring, control. So we need to think about the ways that a lot of education technology has values built into it, has ideologies built into it, has politics built into it, that fit very easily with certain aspects of education. And my concern is that they fit very easily with institutional power. The logics, the authoritarian logics, the managerialist logics of universities and schools. So a lot of the technologies we have in universities at the moment fit very well with the surveillance logics of contemporary education, monitoring students all the time, monitoring staff all the time, measuring, sorting. They also fit very well with what's called you could call the administrative violence of contemporary education. These technologies have politics, and I think we really do need to think about the ways that, and Kate Crawford has said this very well, the technologies and the computational logics that we tend to have at the moment in terms of the digital infrastructures in education skew strongly towards the centralization of power, as she puts it. So much of the technologies that we have in education at the moment suit the status quo, but we might want to push for other values in education. Halfway there, number 5. I'm really interested in friction. A lot of the technology we have now promises us convenience, less hard work, less friction. A lot of ed tech is built on the promise of doing things for students and teachers. in order for you to attempt more challenging things. So generative AI can give you the output and help you skip the creative process, skip the hard work of having to think and write and do the essay. But learning is meant to be hard work. You don't learn by skipping the crucial stages of thinking that humans usually go through when you learn. Learning to write comes from the process of writing. It comes from the process of writing badly, not just having the final written product. Learning comes from dealing with failure, working out how to do things differently. Learning comes from the internal kind of dialogue you have in your head when you're trying to work things out, make connections, and you're struggling, but edging very slowly towards meaning. And I think that's the same for all of the subjects that we teach. So if you're in a design or creative subject, for example, you know that this isn't about efficiency or speed, but it's about the messy, non-linear processes of learning to actually be creative. This is meant to be time-consuming and frustrating, and I think one of the things we're perhaps losing when we have too much technology in too many areas of education is that we're outsourcing the difficult bits, which actually really are at the heart of what we're trying to do. I also think we need to talk about the limits of data. It worries me when I'm teaching that I have technologies that tell me what I should know about my students. I have learning analytics now that tell me this is how your students are performing, this is how they're progressing, this is how they're feeling. I think there's so much about who a student is and what a student is doing that cannot be captured into data, let alone a dashboard. And it also worries me about technologies that tell me what I should teach. I think digital technologies privilege the tangible bits of humanities, arts and cultures that can be captured and rendered in datafied form, and also marginalise the things that cannot be easily captured and reproduced digitally. So I think we need to think very carefully about the limits of data, the limits of datafication, and the limits of digitalisation. And then last of all, just to finish with, some nice cheery 3 things to finish with, some big picture issues that worry me slightly. I think if you look at the sustained impacts over the past 40 years on a widespread society-wide basis, it's pretty clear that digital education is inequitable, leads to inequalities. Technologies tend to benefit those who are already benefited, tend to advantage those who are already advantaged, the Matthew effect. We saw this with MOOCs, massive open online courses. We saw this with COVID emergency remote schooling. The people that do best from digital education are those that are already doing well. So regardless, I think, of technological sophistication or the ubiquity of technology, technology use remains subject to and actually reproduces a range of long-standing inequalities. I'm particularly worried about the way that digital technologies are still being designed in ways that predominantly advantage those who are able-bodied and neurotypical. And I'm also really worried about the new forms of discrimination that are coming in through algorithmic bias, for example, and AI harms. So I think we need to really be honest with ourselves. Digital technology will lead to unfairness and needs to be deliberately designed to be fairer. Technology on its own will not make education fairer. I think we also need to talk about the role that big tech corporations and the commercial IT industry plays in shaping digital culture and arts education. We cannot do digital education completely without tech corporations. Large corporations are essential. They own the majority of the essential digital infrastructure. They own data storage, cloud computing, AI infrastructure, everything else. But over the past 20 years, I think big tech corporations have shifted from simply providing devices and online services to education to actually strongly influencing global education agendas around the world. And so while these commercial actors play an important role, I think we need to really ask serious questions about regulation and oversight of corporate activities in education settings. Should we have tech industry actors exercising soft power over the decision-making that's made within humanities, culture, and liberal arts education, whilst at the same time profiting from the decisions that are being made? How can we make sure that IT industry actors respond primarily to the ideals of public education, rather than just working to create demand for their products and services? And this is a big concern of UNESCO. How do we move public education away from its dependency on the tech industry, and how do we have a tech industry that actually operates in ways that don't compromise the pedagogical space that we want to see. I think this is a really big problem. And if we're talking about really big problems, my final two elephants in the room, I think we really do need to face up to the environmental and ecological consequences of the abundant forms of technology use that we are seeing in education. Education is fixated on excessive digital consumption. Everything has to be always on. We need to be streaming everything. Everything needs to be in the cloud. You have 2 devices per student, more data. As we know, there are growing concerns about the depletion of scarce resources in how our devices are manufactured, used and disposed of. Excessive amounts of energy used to support hyperscale data processing, and exacerbation of waste and pollution issues. And I think it's beginning to be recognised that the current levels of digital abundance are fast becoming unsustainable throughout all sectors of society. So education's not unique in this respect and isn't actually one of the main offenders, but digital technology in education is definitely part of the problem. So how can we make education part of overcoming these problems, or at least addressing these problems? And I'm also, if we're talking about big ticket issues, the ethics of EdTech really need thinking about as well. I think we need to think very carefully about the way that the EdTech we use is entwined with the exploitation of labour. We've talked a lot in our areas about how generative AI is based on the exploitation of human-created writing and images and creative content and IP. But digital technology is also implicated in the outsourcing of teaching work to very low-paid others, often in Global South regions. The recent AI boom is implicated in the outsourcing of moderation work to very low-paid shadow labour in Global South locations. People paid $1, $2 an hour to filter out horrific images or traumatic text from ChatGPT. So if you're concerned about issues of work and exploitation, digital technology is a big issue. So, I really have lifted the room up. This is a great thing to start with. Acknowledging these problems does not mean that we need to reject technology outright, clearly. But I think we do need to acknowledge the realities of EdTech so we can begin to work out more nuanced approaches, better approaches. In 2026, we need technology in education, but we need technology in education on our own terms. So I think we need to start asking questions about what technology do we want in education? What can technology do that's fantastic, that's amazing, that's completely changes the game? But more importantly than what technologies do we want, what values do we want in education? What do we agree education is? What do we agree education should be? And then where does technology fit with those values? And we need to move away from this idea of technology can do everything, can change everything, to the limits of technology, what it can do, what technology can't do. And I think the key term here is balance. And I think educators, students, the education community is really good at providing a balanced perspective. More importantly than that, we can take a long-term perspective. We can talk about the histories of education and technology and the futures of education and technology. And so with a colleague, Kerry Facer, and I, we made this argument that people in the education community are really good at and should strive to think about technology and education with a non-stupid optimism. So there's an educationer called Erica McWilliam who talked about non-stupid optimism. This involves acknowledging the challenges, thinking about balance, trying to think about ways that we can have technology that supports core values but in nuanced ways. And I think talking about values is really, really important. And so this idea of non-stupid optimism pushes us towards thinking about things like public interest education technology rather than commercially led education technology. I'm really interested in this idea of public interest technology, and so is UNESCO. Priorities of cooperative work, collective governance, shared resources, things that seem alien to us at the moment when we invest in Google Classroom. I think other forms, other flavors of technology are possible, and education can be part of that. So I'm particularly interested in public interest values. What values are you interested in? What values do you think could be driving a better digital future? Now, I realise this talk has not served up the usual EdTech talking points. I've not talked about AI very much for good reasons. But this is a smart conference. Humanities, arts, social sciences, liberal arts, cultural education are really used to thinking differently, to asking difficult questions. So I think there's a lot of work to be getting on with, but this is a great group to be doing it. And I think the integration of technology into education should reflect what communities like this and the people they believe in collectively think is right, and what you collectively believe is wrong. And that is clearly something that involves a huge amount of careful thought, careful deliberation, and careful dialogue. So this might all sound overwhelming in this age of Google and OpenAI and Tencent and everyone else, but I think it is definitely possible. There's enough brain power in this room, in your university, in our universities, to start supporting the development of new forms of digital education that I think can really help be part of a world that we all want to be part of. So better education in the digital age is possible. We can do it. Let's get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Selwyn. Now we're taking a 30-minute intermission before the upcoming session. You are invited to enjoy a coffee break just outside at the plenary hall, where you can also mingle and forge new connections. Please be reminded that no foods or drinks are allowed inside this hall.
Hi everyone, and welcome back for our next keynote session. And we have 2 announcements to share. Over to you, Christina.
Please be reminded to silence your phone or turn it off. Thank you. And for the second reminder, please be reminded that no foods or drinks are allowed inside the hall.
Thank you for understanding. And now we would love to invite Professor Loh to please come on stage for our next keynote introduction. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Our next keynote speaker, Professor Cecily Raynor, is Associate Professor and Chair of the Department of Languages, Literatures, and Cultures at McGill University. She specializes in contemporary Latin American literary and cultural production. Her work sits at the intersection of digital humanities, cultural studies, and environmental humanities. She studies how computational tools, digital infrastructure, and data practices shape cultural creation, especially in multilingual settings and in the global south, and how local cultural producers respond to global pressures. Professor Raynor combines close reading and cultural theory with computational methods. Her methods include textual analysis, digital archiving, and transmedia storytelling. She examines how literature, film, and digital media responds to crises such as pandemics, environmental damage, and technological extractivism. Drawing on Latin American examples, her research asks whether a new form of colonialism is emerging from the ideology of digital globalization and seeks tactics for electronic decolonization to challenge dominant norms imposed by the global north. She is particularly interested in linguistic diversity, technological sovereignty, minimal and critical computing, and the ethics of data production and preservation. Professor Raynor has led and co-developed several digital humanity initiatives, such as interdisciplinary research programs, public lecture series, and curriculum projects that center ethical, multilingual, and environmentally aware approaches to computation. She is the author of Latin American Literature at the Millennium, Local Lives, Global Spaces, and co-editor of Digital Encounters in Contemporary Latin America. She is currently working on projects exploring regional grounded digital models, alternative computational infrastructures, and cultural responses to AI and platform capitalism across Latin America and beyond. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Professor Raynor.
Good morning, bon dia, buenos dias, bonjour, good morgen, good morgon, ni hao, nai ho. It's such a pleasure to be here today. Thank you to the conference organizing team, and in particular to Dean Daniel Lai, who I had the pleasure of meeting in Montreal last spring, for inviting me to deliver this keynote address. Today I want to think with you all about regional GPTs, linguistic pluralism, and the possible reconfiguration, or at the very least, the rethinking of global AI power. In addition to serving as chair of a diverse Department of Languages, Literatures, and Cultures in Montreal, one that brings together Spanish, German, Russian, and Italian, within a city that itself sits at a linguistic tension point between French and English, I have worked within the field of digital humanities for over a decade, with a particular focus on multilingual projects and how to understand the digital outside of the confines, but always in dialogue with the global north. I have also very recently been involved in curricular development for McGill's new fully online master's degree in multilingual digital communications within the School of Continuing Studies. During my tenure at McGill, I have taught undergraduate and graduate courses in digital methods, including web analytics, mapping, and large-scale text mining. Much of that work has centered on the global south, with Latin America and the Caribbean as my home base. Over the past decade, our digital humanities students at McGill have consistently worked across languages, geographies, and digital infrastructures, treating multilingual digital environments not as marginal cases, but as sites of negotiation, policies, and power. So here are some of the students that I have personally supervised across the last 10 years. What I've noticed that is by the early 2020s, this has become a sustained computational research method. So modeling archives, mapping networks, analyzing multilingual metadata, tracing translation flows across multiple language ecologies, across Spanish, Portuguese, Russian, German, Italian, Chinese, and English corpora. Multilingualism has functioned not simply as content for my students, but as method. And today, that trajectory extends directly into AI. As my MA student, Anna Legault, asks in her work, if language is spatial, what kind of linguistic environments are LLMs designing? Looking back, many of these earlier projects were already grappling with the infrastructural asymmetries that AI now amplifies. My own research examines how computational methods reshape the ways we read, map, and interpret cultural systems at scale, particularly in regions shaped by colonial entanglements, linguistic negotiation, and uneven technological infrastructures. While my empirical focus today remains primarily in Latin America, I'm attentive to how asymmetries of power, colonial histories, infrastructural dependencies, and ongoing ecocide, to also gesture back to Neil's talk, resonate across different contexts, including here in Hong Kong. For many years, digital humanities debates revolved around corpus design, metadata, modeling, and epistemological implications of quantitative analysis. But any contemporary discussion of DH can no longer proceed without reckoning with the extraordinary landscapes opened up and fundamentally shifted by artificial intelligence. Large language models not only have introduced new tools, they have restructured the terrain of digital inquiry itself. Or, as Lauren Clark, but that triumph is inseparable from how AI has already reshaped higher ed and its research questions, its workflows, and increasingly its knowledge. What it means to win and who is left behind in that triumph are questions that demand pause and reflection. If the digital is now ubiquitous, if one can access high-speed internet in the mountainous regions of Guatemala, what precisely are the ruptures in this ubiquity? Much of the current conversation around AI is organized around scale. We speak of foundation models, we speak of planetary infrastructures and global deployment. The dominant narrative suggests that more data, more parameters, more compute, and broader multilingual integration will naturally produce more inclusive systems. But what if the problem is not scale itself? What if the problem is how scale is structured? In Digital Encounters in Contemporary Latin America, a co-volume I co-edited in 2023, we argue that Latin American digital cultural production does not merely imitate technological developments from the global north, it generates alternative epistemologies of digitality, forms of networked practice shaped by linguistic plurality, material constraint, and experimental adaptation. Digital life in Latin America has long been marked by hybridity, improvisation, and multilingual negotiation. It operates within global infrastructures, but it does not simply reproduce them. It recalibrates them. It translates them. It repurposes them. That insight becomes newly urgent in the age of large language models, because the question before us is not how to make AI systems more multilingual. It is how linguistic plurality reshapes the distribution of epistemic power within global AI architectures. When we speak of regional GPTs, then, we're not only speaking about technical fine-tuning, we're asking whether locality can function as an epistemic intervention within infrastructures designed for universality, and more often than not, trained in English. Before mapping specific initiatives, we must pause on the structural constraints within which such interventions operate. Most contemporary transformer models rely on tokenization schemes originally optimized for English, or for multilingual corpora in which English dominates. English remains the primary language of the web, as you'll see in this slide, often estimated to constitute a disproportionately large share of digitized content relative to many other languages. When tokenizers are trained on English-heavy corpora, subword segmentation patterns encode assumptions about morphology, frequency, and semantic proximity that reflect English linguistic structures. If the most granular unit of model understanding, the token, is shaped by English dominance, then sovereignty cannot be reduced to dataset substitution alone. We must call this a form of digitization bias. Large language models are trained not on language as lived, but on language as digitized. Communities whose textual traditions remain oral, non-standardized, or unevenly archived enter the model only partially, if at all. The curation paradox emerges. Who decides what constitutes the corpus of human knowledge from which models learn? And I should also mention that AI eventually is going to replace search altogether, and we see AI increasingly integrated into search. So these models are trained, how these models are trained matters even more, and it will continue to matter as we move forward. So in a computational ecosystem where only a handful of institutions possess the resources to curate and train frontier-scale data sets, the gatekeeping function of curation becomes a site of concentrated power. Scaling laws further complicate this landscape. The prevailing assumption is that increasing compute, parameters, and training data yields incremental improvements in model performance. More scale appears to generate greater fluency, coherence, and conceptual abstraction. Yet, conceptual abstraction does not emerge in a vacuum. It emerges from probability distributions shaped by existing linguistic hierarchies and culturally specific systems of categorization. Even if models appear to operate at the level of conceptual relationships rather than specific languages, those relationships are statistically grounded in imbalanced corpora whose digitization histories are uneven and politically structured. So we must ask, how can we optimize for non-English linguistic realities when the fundamental optimizer has been trained within English-dominant environments? It is within these constraints that recent efforts to develop regionally grounded large language models reveal both promise and limitation. And once we see that the unit of computation, the token, and the archive of training, the digitized corpus, are already politically structured, the question becomes, what kind of meaning spaces are these systems building? As my MA student Anna Legault explores in her current thesis, language is already a spatial system of cultural meaning. Human languages organize experience through culturally specific patterns of association, hierarchy, and categorization. Large language models, in turn, convert words into vectors, mapping conceptual proximity numerically across high-dimensional space. But conceptual closeness in these models is not neutral. It is shaped by the statistical environment of the training data and by the uneven digitization of cultural knowledge. In this sense, LLMs do not simply represent language, they redesign the spatial architecture of meaning itself. If sovereignty once concerned territorial control and later data governance, we might understand it as a question of who designs the map of conceptual proximity through which meaning flows, and who bears responsibility for the consequences of that design. Regional GPTs then are not only about adding more languages to a system, they're about intervening in the geometry of knowledge production. We are testing this proposition empirically in an ongoing set of projects at McGill, examining cultural sensitivity and story moral generation. Working with the mini WorldLit dataset, which is a multilingual dataset, our team designed a study using 14 stories drawn from distinct regional language pairs. Each story was machine translated into all other languages in the set, resulting in 196 story versions. We then collected human annotation of story morals from regionally situated readers, participants located in Japan and fluent in Japanese, for example, allowing us to compare culturally grounded moral interpretation across linguistic contexts. We next evaluated large language models on the same task, generating story morals for each version of the text. The finding is striking. The red reference line in our analysis represents the level of cross-lingual agreement among humans. Most models fall significantly to the right of that line, meaning their moral interpretations are more similar across languages than people are. In other words, while human readers diverge in culturally meaningful ways, the models converge. They tend towards generalized, universalizing lessons, smoothing cultural difference rather than preserving it. Our next step, led by our first student, Sophie Wu, and now Jaya Bonelli, is to build custom models trained on culturally specific narrative data sets to test whether we can maintain relevance while increasing cultural diversity and alignment. The question is not simply whether a model can generate a moral, it is whether it can generate one that reflects the interpretive traditions of linguistic communities. What we see in this narrative experiment echoes a broader dynamic in contemporary AI development. Across the world and in minority language contexts more broadly, we see a range of really cool experiments. These initiatives do not form a single terrain. They form a spectrum of strategies. LATAM GPT, which I'll be speaking about later, seeks to embed Latin American Spanish and Portuguese corpora into its training pipelines, articulating sovereignty primarily as representational correction and data governance within shared open source architectures. Rather than pursuing full infrastructural independence, it emphasizes regional dataset construction, evaluation benchmarks, and governance frameworks. Here, sovereignty becomes layered rather than absolute. Laxta, developed for the Basque language, and I recently spoke with a number of their developers, operates within a low resource paradigm. It foregrounds careful corpus curation and community collaboration to ensure Euskara, or Basque, remains visible within generative AI systems historically dominated by Spanish, French, and English. Sovereignty here is closely linked to linguistic vitality and cultural survival, rather than geopolitical autonomy. Elsewhere, we see more capital-intensive models. JAIS, developed in the United Arab Emirates and trained from scratch using sovereign compute infrastructures, represents a high capital, full stack model of autonomy. So here are some of the models, the regional and sovereign AI models. Yet, this autonomy required extraordinary financial investment, perhaps, but not only possible in the UAE, and access to elite supercomputing capacity. Even so, it does not necessarily outperform frontier models developed by larger US-based laboratories. Full stack sovereignty is technically possible, but often economically unfeasible. Singapore's Sea Lion initiative first pursued from scratch training across 11 Southeast Asian languages before pivoting to hybrid strategies to build atop existing open source architectures. Rather than insisting on infrastructural purity, the project reframed sovereignty around culturally specific alignment layers and safety protocols. India's Savram-1 integrates custom tokenizer design and code mix corpora to reflect sociolinguistic realities, suggesting that sovereignty may reside as much in tokenizer design and the encoding of local category systems as in model scale. Incuba LM, which I'll show you later, developed in South Africa, demonstrates that smaller models trained carefully on regionally specific data can in fact outperform larger systems in African language tasks. Taken together, these cases reveal a consistent pattern. Fully from scratch sovereign models remain rare. Most regional initiatives built atop base architectures developed elsewhere. As a result, sovereignty increasingly shifts from foundation weights to data governance, tokenizer design, alignment protocols, evaluation practices, and institutional accountability and sustainability. I want to pause on the notion of sustainability piece for a moment, because in the global South, this is extraordinarily important. In places like Latin America, there's often a momentum around an initiative of large-scale digital projects, but the need for long-term resources to house, update, and protect these projects is truly there. Cultural sovereignty, then, does not reside solely in base parameters. It resides in the infrastructure, data sets, linguistic assumptions, and governance regimes that shape model behavior. Sovereignty becomes layered, partial, and negotiated rather than ongoing and obsolete. And yet, even partial sovereignty matters, because each intervention, whether tokenizer redesign, corpus curation, inclusion of low-resource languages, culturally specific alignment layers, or human-centered oversight, reweights the probability landscape. It redistributes representational density. It alters what appears statistically normal. Regional GPTs do not dismantle global AI monopolies. I'll go back to them briefly. what they do is they introduce friction. This also connects with our first speaker. They create space for universities, cultural institutions, and governments and educators to participate in shaping AI futures that are plural rather than universal, relational rather than extractive, and attentive to linguistic and cultural care. The question then is not whether regional models replace global models. The question is whether they meaningfully recalibrate the distribution of epistemic authority and responsibility within AI ecosystems. And one can only imagine what might be possible if two or more of these models work together. To make these differences more concrete, I want to briefly share with you something that we're working on and we're really excited about at McGill. This is a new project that we're developing to compare responses across regional language models. I'm working with AI consultants Ethan Jones on this and also with background research from Daniel Flippo. This LLM regional comparison tool allows us to run the same prompt across multiple systems trained in different linguistic and cultural environments using models developed for Brazilian Portuguese, Basque, African languages, Spanish, Southeast Asian languages. So here's the main interface. This is very much in the beta stage, but I think it's nevertheless really important to show you. The goal is not to determine which model is best, but to observe how different training environments produce different kinds of responses, even when the input is identical. Each of these models has been trained under different constraints, different corpora, different compute resources, different tokenizers, different alignment pipelines, and different institutional priorities. So let's watch this run, shall we? My question is, tell me something interesting. So, because the prompt is open-ended, the model must decide what counts as interesting, and that decision reflects the statistical world in which it was trained. Some responses are highly standardized, some draw on regionally specific language, some are slower, some are less stable, some are more conversational. What counts as interesting also changes, from a mushroom forest in the Brazilian Portuguese model. So, lembro-me de ler sobre uma espécie de floresta de cogumelos. To immortal jellyfish in Basque. Notice that the model responds in English to the English prompt in Basque, but it responds in Portuguese in the case of the Brazilian model. To an error response in the South African model. You'll see that in a moment. To thinking about why honey never spoils in the model from Singapore. What we see here is that these models are not generating language from the same archive. They are generating from different probability landscapes shaped by different infrastructures, cultural norms, linguistic patterns, and epistemologies. And this is why sovereignty in AI cannot be understood at the level of model size or benchmark performance. It is embedded in the entire pipeline. What data exists, what data is digitized, what data is curated, what data is allowed to be used, and who has the resources to build the system. All of these questions matter. One of the most intriguing aspects of contemporary large language models is that they do not possess language preference in any human sense. They do not think in English, or Basque, or Spanish, or Portuguese, or Cantonese. They operate in probability space, mathematical representation of tokens embedded in high-dimensional vector architectures. What appears to us as language internally is a set of weighted statistical relationships between subword units. That is why at times when prompted in one language, you may have seen this in your own use of GPTs, models may generate fragments or intermediate reasoning traces in another language. The optimization process is not bound to a single linguistic surface, but moves across pathways that maximize predictive coherence within the geometry it has learned. In that sense, AI does not inhabit language as identity or culture. It traverses language as structure. Yet, that structure itself is historically conditioned by the corpora on which it was trained. The visible output may be multilingual, but the underlying logic is computational rather than linguistic. That distinction complicates both the fear that models are inherently Anglocentric and that the optimism that they are naturally language neutral. So as frontier models consume vast quantities of publicly available web text and also vast quantities of water, quite frankly, to draw on this idea of ecocide and some of the data centers that exist in Brazil and Chile. But going back to publicly available web text and licensed data sets, researchers increasingly confront the question of data saturation. The era in which simply scaling English language web corpora guaranteed dramatic performance gains is beginning to narrow. Across the AI ecosystem, attention is turning towards new reservoirs of machine-readable text. Recently digitized archives, optical character recognition or OCR projects, multilingual repositories, audiovisual files, and historically under-digitized corpora. In this sense, the next frontier, I would argue, of large language model training may not lie only in more compute, but in newly digitized linguistic terrains. As more cultural, governmental, and archival materials are converted into machine-readable form across Latin America, Africa, and Asia, they become statistically available to model training pipelines. Digitization, thus, becomes not only a preservation project, but a potential site of extraction, raising urgent questions about consent, governance, stewardship, and accountability in the age of AI. A compelling illustration of regional AI intervention is LATAM GPT. So this is a Latin American example. Here I say hola, and then the model responds in Spanish, ¿En qué te puedo ayudar hoy? And then we continue our conversation. So a compelling example is this model, which is a collaborative language model led by Chile's National Center for International Intelligence, or SENA, and supported by over 30 institutions across 8 Latin American countries. One thing I want to stress is how important intergovernmental organization around these regional GPTs is, because in regions like Latin America, the only way for these to happen is through cooperation. Unlike commercial systems developed in Silicon Valley, LATAM GPT is being trained on regionally sourced Spanish and Portuguese-centered corpora, including court decisions, school texts, library archives from across the region, with a corpus exceeding 8 terabytes of text and approximately 50 billion parameters. This is around the same order for those of you who might remember GPT 3.5, but structurally focused on regional knowledge. LATAM GPT's goals foreground representational correction and data governance within open source infrastructures, rather than pursuing full sovereign compute independence. Its design reflects an explicitly collaborative federation of universities, governments, and nonprofits that seek to democratize AI across Latin America and ensure that local linguistic patterns, cultural references, and policy contexts are taken seriously in model behavior. But the project's ambition also exposes structural constraints. Sustainable AI sovereignty in Latin America depends not only on assembling regional data, but on sustained political will, long-term institutional coordination, transparent governance, and the retention of talent that might otherwise migrate to the global north. Sovereignty is not decreed. It is built through persistent infrastructure, protected budgets, and real adoption in public services. What makes LATAM GPT particularly important as a case study is this dual logic. It is neither a token correction task nor an imitation of Western sovereign models like JIAS. Instead, it occupies a layered and negotiated sovereignty, where regional data, open governance, and shared infrastructure collectively reweight the probability landscape of AI output without claiming full architectural independence. What becomes clear when we examine these initiatives closely is that sovereignty rarely resides in a single place. It emerges through a constellation of architectures, institutions, and communities. If sovereignty in the age of AI is layered, infrastructural, and negotiated, then its success cannot be measured solely by benchmark scores or parameter counts. As I have seen in my own experimentation with LATAM GPT and other regional models in Latin America, one limitation is speed. LATAM GPT is notably in the development stage, and as you recall from the demo I showed you, some of these models are very slow. They also have no app at the moment that you can download, so there's no app for your phone, though it does have an interface chatbot that one can experiment with on a web-based platform. In this way, accessibility for certain regional GPTs is an ongoing challenge. Indeed, they may not outperform frontier US-based systems or on every generalized evaluation metric. But speed is not the only metric that matters. In certain regional contexts, they are more contextually precise. The answers are better. They're more culturally attuned and more accountable to the linguistic communities they're designed to serve. Slowness, in this sense, can in fact be a feature rather than a flaw. It reflects deliberation, thinking, governance, and infrastructural care rather than frictionless extraction. Yet models did not transform ecosystems on their own. Adoption depends on literacy. If regional GPTs are to function as meaningful epistemic interventions rather than symbolic gestures, digital literacy must begin early on. Students need to not only access AI systems, but they need the capacity to understand how they work, how they're trained, and how they reshape knowledge. Digital literacy around usage, how to prompt, evaluate, verify, and critique model outputs matters just as much as enriching the training data. A model trained on regional corpora cannot recalibrate epistemic authority if its users default to global systems out of habit, speed, or convenience. This is where education and civic participation become central to AI sovereignty. User-generated data for regional models can be strengthened through citizen science initiatives, community archiving projects, multilingual annotation efforts, and participatory corpus building. Crowdsource input, where ethically governed, allows communities not only to consume AI outputs, but to co-produce the linguistic infrastructures that shape them. In this sense, sovereignty is not only a technical condition, but a social practice. So at McGill, this work is already underway. Through the Text Lab, directed by my colleague Andrew Piper, students across languages are participating in multilingual corpus building, annotation, and large-scale narrative modeling. An upcoming project, which actually you can participate in as well, a world map of story morals, represents our first explicitly multilingual citizen science initiative. Drawing on the mini worldlet dataset, the project invites participants to assess how moral values are expressed and distributed across stories from different linguistic traditions. Launching initially in Spanish, German, and Japanese, with Chinese to come, it experiments with participatory annotation as a way of mapping ethical and narrative variation across cultures. Rather than treating AI training data as a closed resource curated by a handful of institutions, this model opens literary and moral interpretation to distributed public engagement. Students are not simply analyzing these texts, they are helping design infrastructures through which multilingual meaning is gathered, evaluated, and structured. Regional GPTs will not dismantle global AI monopolies overnight. They cannot create alternative circuits of knowledge production, slower, more accountable, and more contextually grounded, however. The future of linguistic pluralism in AI will depend not only on who controls compute, but on who participates in training data, who learns to question model outputs, and who sees themselves reflected in the architectures of meaning being built. Sovereignty then is not only about reweighting probability landscapes, it is about cultivating informed publics capable of navigating and reshaping the very digital infrastructures that increasingly mediate our collective realities. In our story moral experiment, this is my last slide, we saw something simple and profound. Humans diverge. We interpret differently. We locate value in distinct narrative arcs. We disagree in ways that reflect history, memory, culture, and lived experience. The models, by contrast, converge. If AI is to remain accountable to the worlds from which languages emerge, it must learn not only to generalize it, but to respect divergence. Regional GPTs, citizen annotation projects, multilingual corpus building, these are not merely technical adjustments. They are attempts to ensure that difference remains visible within systems built to smooth it away. The future of AI will not be solely decided in data centers. It will be shaped in classrooms, in archives, in community projects, in the careful work of translation and interpretation. If regional models and participatory projects like ours matter, it's because they keep open a space for accountability, to language as lived, to culture as contested, and to the communities who have too often been treated as data rather than authors of their own meaning. Thank you so much.
May I invite the two speakers to come to the stage for the roundtable discussions? Professor. Wow, I guess we have a wonderful morning. We got very inspiring kind of presentations from the two distinguished speakers. I guess we are in a context where I guess we're going back to the crucial term or the specific context. I guess today's panel is somewhat conducted under a specific context. What I mean by this specific context is for last 2 years, we have been talking about, the grand opportunities provided by AI, but somehow I guess the threats and also the risks is also on the horizon and it's getting more and more visible. What I have in mind is the anthropic dispute with Pentagon over the kind of controversy whether the AI should be used to build autonomous weapon and things like that. So of course, it's a very kind of political and kind of things that may be beyond our ability to change. But somehow, I guess, when you're coming back to the local context, I mean local autonomy, regional sovereignty versus the global players, like global giant tech, and also it also comes down to the problem or the issue of agency. So I have a kind of common questions for both speakers. I heard from Professor Selwyn about the term the crucial term balance. So let me just ask a very common kind of questions a generalized questions how do we keep the balance between taking advantage of AI technology and avoiding the kind of problem or social harms that it could be created. So I know the harms would be in your case it would be the slower speed and some other kind of the less efficiency of using this kind of regional AI model. So I would try to open it up as a generalized questions.
Thank you so much for the question. One of the things that I've encountered in my research that I think would be really crucial for us to think about when we consider balance are ways in which regional GPTs in this case can work together. Contrary to popular belief, not every regional GPT needs its own autonomous infrastructure, its own data centers. These are often created as part of national projects that are very politically grounded. So having these models work together, I think, could be extremely valuable to consider how to reduce environmental harm and also how to make these models more sustainable. One of the fears of regional GPTs is that given a strong wind, they're going to disappear because they are experiments of sorts and they're slow and they take a lot of time to enter into relevance with the data sets themselves. They're extremely laborious and they're very, very expensive. So one of the things I would encourage regional GPT creators to do is to figure out ways to collaborate, figure out ways to talk across nation states, to talk across projects in order to unify some of these projects and to create diversity, but also through unity. I think that's definitely possible, and it goes back to some of the comments that Neil was making on balance.
Yeah, no, thanks. That's super interesting. I think one of the things I'm thinking about in terms of tech and balance is just the idea of plurality in a way. We want more forms of tech. At the moment, we do have not necessarily a monopoly, but there certainly is a very limited kind of palette of technology that's available. So more tech would be better. One of the balances I was thinking, because you mentioned power and inequality, local and regional, I think is really important. But I was also thinking about public and private as well. And perhaps we tip too far towards private and commercial interests. Certainly this only be said for public infrastructure, public technology. And I also like this idea of decoupling technology from logics of growth, and this growth imperative, I think, is driving tech at the moment. More tech, hyperscale, hyperscale. It's quite interesting to think about what happens if we have a balance between growth and maybe degrowth. And then another obvious way of thinking about how we might achieve a balance is to allow more people to have a say. So a more democratic forms of technology, design, development, procurement, use, and then, yeah, just supporting. I think that's where things like, as you said, governments and corporation and lots of other organisations can support Let 100 Flowers Blossom. Yeah, it's exciting, and I was really excited to see your tangible examples of other forms of AI are possible. Local AI, small AI. AI's been around for 70 years. We're in this Gen AI bubble at the moment. It's great to go back to the 80s and 70s and 60s and even 56 to see what people were doing with AI.
Yeah. I'd also add that one thing we can learn from the Global South, which is very palpable, is that we can do so much with less. There's something called minimal computing, which has been touted by authors including Alex Hill and Rupika Risam. This idea that in the Global South, we are able to do a lot with a little. And so maybe making things more efficient, making things a little bit less infrastructurally heavy. These are things that are already going on in the Global South, and I certainly think that those are lessons to be learned in the Global North.
Sorry, if I can just butt in. There's a really good balance as well, or balancing better the digital with nature. I'm fascinated by the idea of mud batteries or mycelium computing. There's a whole bunch of ways of balsa wood semiconductors. There are some really interesting ways of having nature and technology kind of coming together, digital technology coming together. And yeah, certainly a balance with the environment and ecology and nature would also be something really fruitful to think about. There's some great ideas. Look up the potato internet if you're interested.
I know that a balance is a very subtle kind of condition, and it's pretty hard to maintain. Well, so I kind of follow-up questions to Professor Raynor. Well, I heard from your presentations that the existing regional model is built and developed with the collaborations between the government, NGO, and voluntary works, or something like that. Well, but there could be some other changing factors that bring in, giant tech, or they are not necessarily that big. I mean, but somehow the private enterprise corporation may somewhat participate in this long process of building this kind of regional model. So somehow, how can we prevent this kind of regional model of not falling backward into the logic of profit-making capitalism mechanism and things like that? Well, have you detected any signs that going in that direction in Latin America or some other regions?
Absolutely. To go back to some of the Latin American models, I'm of the strong belief that these are not models that are based solely on a desire for entrepreneurial gain. They're based on, I think, a really deep desire for data sovereignty. Latin America has a very interesting history as it relates to surveillance. In places like Brazil, they've done a huge amount of work towards open source software movement, so the free and open source software movement, FOSS. And in addition, in Brazil, there's something called the Internet Bill of Rights, Marca Saber da Internet in Portuguese. So there's been a lot of initiatives around how do we involve everyday citizens in the creation of civil rights frameworks for how they use their own technology. So giving power back to the people as it relates to how these things should operate. I should also mention that in the models that I showed, many of them use foundation models from OpenAI and other large global north companies, but they are able to as I mentioned earlier, change tokenization, add a huge amount of data. So I think there's a lot of collaboration here, and I think the landscape is varied and it has a lot of plurality to it. So that's something to keep in mind. But I think in the case of Latin America in particular, there's a true political desire for digital autonomy and also for digital civil rights. And I think that what we're seeing lately is that these GPTs are embedded in how we think about the existence of human knowledge at large. And so who controls what that looks like, who defines the body of human knowledge is a human right. And that's something that I think is really, really clear in these models.
Yeah, I think, as you said, big tech have been involved in open source development for years and years and years. I'm always suspicious of their motives, but they've been doing it anyway. But I'm also really interested in the people who work for big tech companies, the expertise. They're actually everyday citizens. So getting those folk in the tech industry workers to perhaps do some side hustles, work on the side for public good. And there's really kind of politically minded, well-meaning folk that work for big tech corporations that are furious at what their companies are doing. So getting them to do stuff on the side would be super interesting. The other thing I think in education, coming back to my focus on education, if Google want to operate as a commercial entity in Hong Kong, they should do pro bono work, I think, in education and be non-profit in education. We should force them to actually do some stuff for good. But, you know, we cannot do any of this without big tech.
We should also recognize that here in China, some of the most important models, regional models, are being developed. And they're really an interesting counterpoint to some of the models that we're seeing in the US. So, you know, I think that there's a huge desire to develop, but I think we have to develop in a smart way. We have to develop in a way that's environmentally sound, in a way that pays homage to individual rights and individual necessities around human knowledge.
Kind of follow-up questions. Well, while this kind of linguistic pluralism has been enhanced, do you worry about the provincializations of cultures again? I know that we should be critical of any universal claim, but somehow kind of holding on to this kind of regional model, and somehow, yes, they may be more accountable for specific culture and lingua franca, but somehow would that the cultivations of a universal consciousness would kind of going down, and how would you deal with this provincializations of AI in a specific use in different regional contexts?
Thank you so much. So in discussions with colleagues recently, the two final frontiers, as it would seem, are poetry, given the extreme stylistic and aesthetic specificity and the humanness of poetry, and also spoken word and the various dialects that exist. Cantonese is a really wonderful example of this. Apparently, AI models are not able to truly capture colloquial slang in Cantonese very well. So I'm not really worried about the provincialization of linguistic difference in AI models. I think the human will endure. I think regional specificity will endure. I think it will be very, very difficult, especially in spoken language, to fully capture, although the models are getting better, you know, the various, I think, diversity of human experience. But I'm truly curious to see how this will evolve, and it is a big fear. But I think that these things will endure.
I guess also you're referring to the fact that we are perhaps entering an age of deglobalization. Nationalism is on the rise. We're entering a kind of really interesting and also frightening political. But I quite like this idea of the digital bringing communities together on a very local level, and in some ways kind of helping people build those ties within these often terrible nations might be also a source of hope. So I guess, yeah, you don't want to make everything national, because then it becomes nationalist and inward looking. But I think communities and just bringing ordinary people together is something that we shouldn't lose sight of. Although when I started, everyone was talking about how wonderful social media was going to be in terms of the Arab Spring and democracy and multiculturalism, and look where we are now.
But there would be worry about the world is getting more fragmented. Well, I guess it correlates to the kind of political trends all over the world has been divided. I mean, the whole world has been divided into different spheres of influences. I guess that is somehow buries us, right? So, but on that note, maybe we can open up to participants for this conference. We have different mics all over. I mean, I didn't see any microphones. But in case you want to have any question, yeah, we have colleagues holding microphones and ready. In case you have any questions for the two speakers, you're welcome to raise your questions and concerns. Okay. Yeah.
First of all, thank you so much. These were really fascinating discussions. I'm in Academy of Sociology here and political science. My question is if you could discuss a little more concretely about the environmental aspects and impact of sort of over data usage and what is the problems that we're facing in terms of the environment for these kinds of systems to develop further, including in the global south?
Yeah, it's interesting, very interesting question, because we were having this discussion at the coffee break. There's been, in the past 12 months, growing kind of critical concern over the environmental and ecological harms wrought by the IT industry. But there is now increasing pushback against that criticism, even within sociology, which is really interesting. Primarily because it's incredibly difficult to quantify exactly what the environmental harms are. And so folk are now saying, well, it's not that bad if you compare it to air travel or eating meat or fast fashion. So we cannot be 100% sure exactly what the environmental harms are of digital technology, but we know exactly what these harms are. So people have been talking about this before generative AI. So if you remember Bitcoin, for example, Bitcoin was taking up the electricity of Thailand, then it moved to Norway, and then it moved up and up and up. So intensive use of GPUs to process data causes huge amounts of energy consumption. Now we have these hyperscale data centers, which are built in some of the most arid, poorest parts of the world in terms of resources and in terms of people, suck up a lot of water in order to cool them. Sometimes they're built in the Arctic Circle because they can be cool, but often they're not. So those are two harms: electricity, power consumption, water consumption. Then there's the environmental harm of these hyperscale data centers when you actually live alongside them or live near them. As a human, they're horrible because they're incredibly noisy. Other species and other ecosystems are destroyed as well. So there are all sorts of things like that. Then you've got e-waste and toxic dumping in places like Bangladesh. You've got rare mineral mining and rare metal mining in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So there's a whole kind of chain from production through to disposal of digital technologies, which is causing all sorts of environmental issues and also contributing to things like deforestation and everything else. So this is happening on an increasing scale, and people are aware of it. You can't put a number on it, but this is one of the things that we're concerned about. So, as I said before, if you can get away from this idea of growth and think about, well, we don't need more, perhaps we can do more with less, then there's a way of thinking through what a more ecologically nature-focused digital might look like. And this is where I'm really interested in these ideas of degrowth and bringing environmental kind of ecological thinking and slowing down and scaling down, but also thinking about how you can do stuff that's a little bit more balanced with the environmental issues. So it's a big issue. So's flying, so's meat, so's everything else, and they're not all mutually exclusive. So just because there are other things going on doesn't mean to say we shouldn't be trying to fix what's going on in tech.
Yeah. I wanted to just pause quickly on the notion of extractivism, which has a historical legacy, a colonial legacy across the world, and I'll use Latin America as my example. So in order to produce 1 gram of gold or 1 gram of copper, you need a huge amount of ore, and then chemicals like cyanide are used, in fact, to reduce this down to a small amount of metal, which ends up in a phone. The phone travels to the global north, it's used for a brief period of time, and then what we call the Wasteocene, it travels back down to Latin America or parts of the global south, and is deposited. Sometimes the metal is extracted from the phone again, reused, but the cycle of that has its limitations. Material items always have a limitation, especially plastics. So there's issues around microplastics. As Neil was mentioning, ecosystems are being completely devastated in places like Brazil and Chile, examples that I know best. And also fast consumer cycles are leading to huge amounts of waste that are then impacting water supply. They're impacting, we had actually the opportunity to visit with 25 students an abandoned copper mine in Panama recently. And in that process, what we were able to do is talk to some of the local farmers who were directly impacted by the extraction of copper. And they ended up closing down the mine. Now there's a huge contested moment where they're deciding if they're going to reopen this mine. But if you talk to the farmers and you look into their eyes and you realize just how negatively impacted their crops have been, how their water supply has been impacted. So technology has a really big environmental footprint that we can't ignore. And no amount of recycling and no amount of reuse is going to eliminate that. So to speak back to my colleague Neil's comments on how do we do this in a degrowth model, how do we truly create sustainable systems from start to finish, end to end? What we see in this cycle of waste is that waste often originates in the global south, makes its way up to the north, is used, and then comes back down. It always ends up in the global south again. So how do we change that cycle? How do we divert? How do we think about ways of really capturing the human element here? Who's really impacted by some of these technologies? That would be one of my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah, one of the important things to say there, though, is when we're rethinking the digital is to think about it from a climate justice perspective. So it's not just everyone needs to use less tech. It's already advantaged, privileged communities that have got a huge amount from tech, i.e. in the global north, need to rethink about what they do. And we also need to think about how to allow communities that have not benefited so far from technology to actually still be able to do stuff. So it's again about rebalancing between what the hyper-rich global north do as opposed to disadvantaged global south communities. I do think there are things we can do. It's one of the reasons that we can't quantify the environmental harms of data centers is because big tech is really obfuscatory and tries to cover up what's going on. So that's one thing to say. The other thing big tech tries to do is really get in the way of right to repair. I think if we had a right to repair culture, that would be really great. I think there is something to be said for reuse. There's some really good movements. Salvage computing, for example, is a really interesting bunch of people who try to just, in a Mad Max way, make technology from old bits of technology and put stuff together. There's a perma-computing community that tries to have permaculture principles to technology. The idea of having a solar-powered website, for example, that only runs when the sun is out in the few areas, the servers. So sometimes you can't log on, and that's the way it goes. So we need to go away from this idea of abundance and always on and think about things. And there's a great community called Computing Within Limits. The computer science folk are really trying to think other ways of thinking about tech that is decoupled from these kind of imperatives of growth. I could go on for a long time, but I won't.
Yeah, I would also just quickly add, and on a more positive note perhaps, just the ways in which mobile devices have completely revolutionized access to knowledge in Latin America. Most individuals in the region only access the web through their mobile devices, which is incredibly profound if you think about it. And there's high-speed internet. I use the case of Guatemala. You can stand on the foothills of a mountain in a very rural landscape that was previously completely isolated from digital technology and use a high-speed internet connection, which is incredible. So, going back to the idea of minimal computing, perhaps more is not always better. Perhaps using smaller devices, using devices that are agile, considering ways of increasing speed without necessarily needing a huge data center to power, like power AI and other technologies. I think there's ways of doing this that are far more sustainable, far more agile, and far more minimal than what we're doing right now.
These are all great alternatives to the way how we use technology at the moment. So any other questions from the audience, from the participants?
Actually, everything we've just said is really innovative. So if you want to be an innovative technology person, get onto these issues.
Good morning. Thank you, Professor Raynor. Thank you, Professor Selwyn. Thank you on your keynotes regarding the generative AI. As a year one student, as a person who's just stepping in my studies, in my adult life, in my career, I can't not worry about the use of AI, of a rapidly growing use of AI in our everyday life. That it's basically, not basically, but sometimes there are worries that AI will replace us, or at least we would get too dependent on AI. And I want to ask your advice or your comments on how young adults, on how young people can adapt, can prepare for the future with AI. Maybe what could we do about it? Thank you.
Don't worry. Hope I think is really important rather than worry. I think yes, if you're going to worry, you want to be worrying in a constructive way, but don't worry. You know, the young generation, you've got all sorts of amazing things, I think, to look forward to. Mm-hmm. I think you can give the older generation a kick up the arse to actually kind of do something about the immediate problems that we're facing with AI. But a lot of this fear and doomsterism or excessive optimism and boosterism is just a way of hyping up the industry to make more money, to get more investments. The AI industry feeds off you worrying and feeds off you being afraid or feeds off you being really kind of enthusiastic. We need to be much more balanced about this and more moderate about it. So all this nonsense about AGI, super intelligence, you know, robots, it's all absolute crap. Yeah. And it's a way of just boosting up the kind of share prices. So don't worry about it, but actually think creatively about how AI might play a really important role in your future and everyone else's future. But half of the hype that you're hearing is it's not even worth thinking about. So AGI is absolute nonsense. Yeah. I'll fight anyone else that wants to argue me on that.
I would just add, well, you're the future. And I see many young people in the audience here. You guys are the future. You're the ones who are going to shape what AI looks like. You're going to shape what technology looks like. I had the pleasure of having a really lovely conversation with someone in the early 20s who was a software developer. And what they've noticed is, in fact, the use of AI has not changed their work. What it's done is it's really changed the fabric of how how much they're able to do within any given day. So rather than working intensively on a particular development with code, what they're able to do is actually have code be produced elsewhere. What they quoted was 90% of code has been solved. So what that means is, in fact, they're able to do other things. They're able to become a project manager of code. They're the puppet master now. They're still working in the industry, but they're working differently. So I think AI will provide opportunities for us to do things that are far grander, maybe multidimensional than what we could do before. I think rejecting AI is a really dangerous thing to do. What we need to do is we need to figure out how to use it as a tool, how it expands our work, how it expands the terrains of the professions that we're looking to become involved in. In my case, the text that I'm able to analyze have been expanded in ways that are incredible. So we all work with different forms of knowledge. In my case, it's text. In other cases, it's code. And the way that has developed and been shaped over time really will be fundamentally impacted by AI, but it will not change the fact that the human itself will be the one who is going to be doing that orchestration, will be the curator of that knowledge, will be the puppet master of that knowledge. So that's my personal take. But I agree, keep the hope. I'll agree with my colleague on that one. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think we can take one or two more questions. Yeah.
Thank you, professors, for your wonderful sharing. I got two questions for both speakers. So the first question kind of relates to Professor Selwyn's report. As the AI incorporation in education is kind of surging the recoiling of assessment paradigms. That means the teachers are more prone to use monitored, time-sensitive tests, which would definitely incur some limitations in answer timing and also, in answer quality and coverage. So would you kind of take this kind of phenomenon as the solution that could secure fairness, authenticity, but will that be a very sustainable solution for long? So the next question will be for Professor Raynor's professional aspect. You talked about AI sovereignty. This is a very nice blueprint, but no matter the local tech enterprises, but also local policymakers must face the hegemony and the primacy effect of all those tech giants' large language models. So what is a reasonable way out of this kind of divergence of the government's mindset compared to the local citizens, the mass? Thank you.
Two very different questions. Yeah. Do you want to do yours first?
Yeah, I'll go first because it was the second question, the one that's most in our mind. We need a multi-stakeholder model where everyone is invested, where nation states come together and they decide that data privacy is a human right. That doesn't exist currently. We need to see data privacy as something that is an equal human right to access to water, to access to housing, to access to nutrients. Data privacy is so important because our identities are increasingly being shaped by the web. They're being shaped by the ways in which we interact with technology. This will only increase as our professions diversify over time, as AI becomes a part of our day-to-day, which it already is, frankly, for most people. Most professions are already being completely inundated by AI. What we type in, what we generate, the content that we give into these systems matters hugely. So this has to be something that is not nation state specific, it has to be global. We have to decide together as a society, a global society, not locally but globally, that data privacy is something that we all believe in, that we all share as a common good and a common human right. Right now, we lack the critical infrastructure, the legal infrastructure to say that that's the case. It's not yet. And I think that there's been attempts at the national level to do so, but they're extremely, extremely being thwarted by a number of power plays. We can look to the case of the US and Anthropic in the recent Department of War response to use of personal data in the population of the US, and then the rejection of Anthropic, and now OpenAI is currently working with the Department of War. So these things matter and they have human consequences. Protection to our data is one of the most critical things that we need to consider as we look at digital futures moving forward.
Right, I'm going to pivot now to talking about assessment. I guess so basically your question was, how do we assess fairly in an age of AI? So for those of you that are students, I'm not talking about Hong Kong Baptist University, which I'm sure is perfect. Lots of other universities, though, have not been very good at assessment over the past 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. So one of the things that this generative AI bubble has really peaked is the idea that I think assessment in universities was broken way before generative AI came along. Generative AI has just shown how badly universities were assessing students. And similarly, when I was talking before about teachers, I'm not saying there are lots of terrible teachers that should be gotten rid of immediately and maybe replaced by AI tutors. I'm talking about good teachers. So I think we're talking about good assessment as well. But this isn't an AI problem. At the moment, I think higher education is still panicking and has gone back to blue book exams and all sorts of other things. I think this is an excuse for us to actually rethink what assessment should be in education altogether. Forget about AI, just what is good assessment? And so colleagues of mine that work in this area are talking about the idea that basically in universities, we're trying to say, how can I be sure that the student I'm graduating can do the thing that I say they can do? So if you're a linguist, how can I say that you're a linguist? And it's about that, that's what we're thinking about. So how do we assess people in ways that are genuinely about process rather than just product, that are about ideas and thinking rather than just regurgitating facts? So I think definitely you're right, assessment's not great now. It wasn't 5, 10, 20 years ago, but we can actually come up with some really interesting ways of assessing people. And maybe AI might play a part or not. But yeah, at the moment, where's my friend who I said, don't worry. If I was your age, I would be not very happy about assessment and worrying about that, but hey.
Okay, thanks for time for this session, Raynor Radio. So thanks again for the two speakers for wonderful kind of discussions. We have a very productive program. Thanks again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Selwyn, Professor Raynor, and Professor Loh for the inspiring discussion. It's now time for a lunch break, which I assume it's the most awaited time. The afternoon session will commence at 2:30 p.m., focusing on the theme of
this ever-changing era of technology, as trailblazers, we stand ready to tackle every challenge. Knowledge is the ultimate power. At Hong Kong Baptist University, possibilities are boundless. Dive into the sea of knowledge. Observe nature's evolution. Share wisdom and shape a brighter future. Every frame captures brilliance. Every note inspires. Immersive experiences unlock creativity. With AI, we redefine art. Each creation reflects life's mysteries. The path to healing connects self, humanity, and the universe. Rooted in tradition, we innovate for progress. Every discovery seeks truth in every lens, in every proof. From lab to cosmos, dreams don't lie. We map the stars to find the why. Data-driven markets, vision-led leadership. Innovate, disrupt, redefine. The business future is yours to design. At the forefront, united as one, we uphold the belief truth is virtue. Ignite inspiration, let visions unfold, carry hope forward as dreams turn to gold. Explore uncharted territories, embrace possibilities. Through lifelong learning, forge a boundless future. In a borderless world, connect with the Greater Bay Area, blending Eastern traditions with Western perspectives. Unleash innovation, expand horizons. Every page unlocks potential. Every challenge sparks growth. Begin here. Shape the future. Hong Kong Baptist University.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, fellow scholars, and students. Welcome back to the afternoon session of the 3rd International Symposium on Humanities and Culture, Strategies and Impact of a Digital Future. I am Hamza.
And I am Christina.
And we are your MCs for today. Christina, during lunch period, I heard you really wanted to tell me something important, but you wanted to leave it to the audience. So what is it?
Yes, we have reached over 1 million views on all streaming platforms today.
Oh, that's brilliant. Could we please have a round of applause to everyone's participation and for those watching us online? Before we proceed with our next keynote presentation, please join me in welcoming the following guests who have joined us this afternoon. Dr. Wing Ko Lo, BBS JP, President of the Chinese Manufacturers Association of Hong Kong, and Professor Johnny Poon, Dean of School of Creative Arts, Hong Kong Baptist University. They're switched off. Oh, they're back. Okay.
Yes. Up next, let's invite our moderator, Professor Kwong Chi-man, Professor and Chair of Department of History, Academy of Chinese History, Religion, and Philosophy, Hong Kong Baptist University, to conduct the next session with the theme of Digital Humanities and Transdisciplinary Research. Dr. Kwong, please.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for joining us for the afternoon session. So in this session, we will have 3 speakers, and I will introduce them one by one and invite them to come up and talk about their papers. The first one is Professor Meredith Martin. Professor Meredith Martin is the founding director of the Center of Digital Humanities at Princeton, where she curates occasions for collaborations across humanities, social sciences, and data science and computer science domains. Her books include Poetry's Data, published in 2025, and The Rise and Fall of Meta, published in 2012. An expert in the history of poetry and poetic forms in English, Professor Martin researches poetry in the age of AI, how machine learning systems characterize literary style, and how humanities research relates to data work. So thank you, Professor Martin, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
That was a black and white photo. Then, AI. It's so nice to be here. Thank you for coming back from lunch to hear the rest of the afternoon talks. What I'm going to talk about today is a little bit humanities focused, and specifically the cultures across disciplines and within disciplines of the humanities, and a little bit of computer science and social science. One of the things that humanities scholars really struggle with is to talk about what they do with a unified voice. And I think that for humanities scholars today, and especially with AI, we need to distinguish between what we do and trying to stand for everything that is human. Humanities and social sciences share a lot of methods, and some studies in the humanities absolutely study human relationships, especially in the past. But in order to move humanities toward AI research, into AI research more squarely, in the ways that we were talking about this morning, we as humanists, those of us who've been trained and study human culture, we need to distinguish what we mean by humanities in relation to the culture that we study, and also think together about how our methods contribute to our knowledge about culture. These sound like very boring, almost AI-generated platitudes, I realize. At the same time, there is still a lot of confusion between the humanities and the human in AI discourse. And I think sometimes some of that confusion comes from the humanities. I don't blame anyone, but I think there is an oppositional language, at least in the States, and we heard a little bit about it this morning too, that arises from the situation in our classrooms where most humanists are teaching writing. We're teaching writing as thinking. And because we're teaching writing as thinking, one of the ways that we teach how to know in the humanities through research and writing is absolutely under threat by systems that we are not in control of. Not necessarily that we're not researching with them, but our universities are subscribing to and in some ways forcing us to use systems or making available systems to our students that we might not necessarily choose for our students. That's created a situation, as Neil was pointing to this morning, where there's a retreat to analog forms of communication, of testing, of assessment. There's a situation where people are thinking a lot more about oral presentations as a way of assessment or having a kind of dialogue as a test instead of a written form. And that has collapsed in a way, a kind of one-on-one human analog experience, social experience, as what the humanities can do. I'm not saying it doesn't affect the math classroom also, but particularly with writing, it seems like the excuses or the solutions we come up to create AI resilient assignments tend to collapse humanities methods to a human in a room with an analog piece of paper. And that's a simplification of what we do as humanities. So one of the things that I want to talk a little bit about is how we can move past that, what I think of as a kind of analog fantasy of the humanities as solely representing the immediacy of a human in the room or an authentic human. And think about how that authentic and human, when you pit it against the machine or the techno-deterministic, really undermines the way that humanities scholars know a lot about and clearly critique technology. So authentic as the way that we describe humanities, I think, is something we have to be really careful about retreating into, because I think we're going to paint ourselves into a corner. Writing, archives, paper, real people. Even the word authentic, I think, can be problematic. And part of the reason that I don't like that as a binary, the sort of authentic human versus technology created, is of course humans created the technology. Technology is human. Technology wouldn't have existed without human annotators. It wouldn't have existed without the human data that's been extracted to train the LLMs, right? And there's a long disciplinary history of digital humanities, of computational humanities, which has been critiquing, adjusting technology, creating new software and new models to advance humanities research for a long time. So if we allow the current AI, as Neil, I think, put it, booster versus doomerism, or the kind of hype and hate back and forth where the humanities tends to take the kind of critique-only phase, not in this room, but in the States, and then the folks in computer science are the boomer hype side. When we put it that way, the humanities becomes the authentic source from which computer science can extract data and create better applications to answer humanities questions. Well, that ignores a very long history of people who have been using computational tools to answer our questions, who are humanists, who develop software, and who think about these new models in really important disciplinary ways. So I want to sketch a little bit of the histories of computational humanities to think about how that subfield inside humanities has already made the case for the importance of thinking critically about humanities data, to show how we can then, as humanists, unite together behind some provocative moves that I think will make it easier for machine learning communities and humanities communities to work together. So that's where I'm going to get. So first, what do I mean by humanities and AI? I could give you the long history of AI, which would be a very humanistic approach, but I'm not going to do that. What I want to do instead is sort of think about how humanists who work explicitly with technology and those who don't use all of these skills. And this is actually the way I typically define humanities to people who ask not only what we study, artifacts, the human record, art, aesthetics, but how we study it, how we see objects, and how we build interpretations of the world from those objects. One of the things that you might hear in my tone is a sort of pedagogical belaboring of some of this, and that's because I collaborate a lot with computer scientists. Computer scientists tend to ask me, well, what do you even do? Do you just read books? And no, I don't. I contextualize them. I think about where they came from, how they arrived to me, and why one book might be in my library and another book might not be. I think about how, if I want to quantitatively analyze that book, why 90% of the books in my library are in English, as Cecily so brilliantly pointed out this morning. I apply techniques of close reading, wherein I look at the structure, I look at the ways that the linguistic patterns are formed, I abstract those out into larger patterns of meaning in the text, depending on what the other structures might be, chapters if it's a novel, maybe poetic forms if it's a poem, but I do it all the way down to the level of the phoneme and all the way up to the level of the structure of the book or of the poem. I then complicate that reading. Has somebody else done this? Is this obvious? Is there something counterintuitive or surprising about the text that I might be able to poke at or get at or explore? What is the history of other people critiquing the text? Is this reading normative? And if it is normative, how can I think about what's non-normative about this interpretation? I might engage with it creatively. What if I look at this poem and only look at the punctuation marks? What if I look just at the metrical form and not at the words at all? Can that tell me something differently about how my experience of the poem is being informed? And then, of course, as we're thinking about our research practice, maybe I'm going to abstract that reading out to a whole bunch of other texts or try to make a claim about genre or culture. Then I'm going to curate a data set. Do we call our sources data sets in humanities? We don't often, and I'm going to argue that I think that should change because we're actually really, really good at working with data. We just don't use that language for reasons that I understand. We then, and sometimes we get in trouble for this, try to communicate clearly about our interpretations. The ways that we communicate our sources and our arguments has changed significantly in the last 30 years, and I'll talk a little bit about that. And one of the things we also do, and that we don't get a lot of credit for, because the means of rewarding humanities labor are generally a single author article or a single author monograph, is that we collaborate. But the ways that we collaborate are generally hidden. We don't generally talk about the librarians who put the books in the libraries, the data workers who made sure that our archives were available online, the people in our department who made sure that we could get the grant. We don't have research labs in the same way that the sciences do, and we have to build those infrastructures ourselves most of the time if we're doing work in quantitative methods, because that doesn't exist for the humanities in the same way. So we will know more about collaboration if we do it digitally, but we are also always collaborating even if we don't. So one of the problems before DH became very closely aligned with critical data studies was that there was really a long history of using paper, image, handwriting as the symbol of what we do. We used to display the sort of aesthetic historical objects on digital websites that look like this. And notice these are almost always poets, which I'm happy to talk about later, why that's the case. These projects did all of those things that I said. They sourced these data sets, they understood the limitations of their archives, they did interpretive data work in their curation, they even critiqued the understanding of why maybe it was easier to make an archive of Dante Gabriel Rossetti instead of Christina Rossetti, why the man and not the woman, right? So we had this understanding of data as power and the ability to reveal or conceal information by making it tractable. We knew that power, but in order to gain a kind of traction, and this is around the turn of the 20th century in the States, what we tended to do was kind of use our new availability of archives and digital websites and building them to idealize a particular concept of the human record that was just a sort of, well, you know, gorgeous manuscripts, right? Beautiful illuminated paintings, beautiful analog pages. And for many people outside of DH, the problem here is that this looked a lot like collapsing these beautiful websites, these beautiful archives, these beautiful pages into a kind of copy, just a digital surrogate of that analog that we prize so much as authentic. And it worked. And I think it's a wonderful thing to make beautifully curated digital editions like this. But for many people, this froze the field. And so even in this moment of the early aughts, when a lot of people were thinking about computation in new ways, There were people developing all sorts of other computational methods and using network analysis, using all sorts of things. When you said, what do you do? Oh, I do DH. In a humanities department, they would think, oh, you're building a website just based on a manuscript or based on a picture. So I call this kind of like the pre-Google time of scholarly editions and preservation. And it's not to say that preservation isn't still a hugely important part of DH. It's very valuable work, but they're often built by very small teams, and the exhibits are less likely to prove valuable for ongoing long-range machine learning research. At the same time, this vision of the field is one that often, in my experience, computer scientists and machine learning researchers will immediately go to. So you want to display an archive. You want to build a database of something. That's what digital humanities is. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm just saying we're really stuck in that. The problem for machine learning research is clearly here there's not enough data to evaluate. There aren't enough manuscript pages always, sometimes there are, to build a model. So we were taught in that past era that the beauty of manuscripts and textual editions, these highly curated, beautiful forms, that was a way to publicize and communicate about the value of the humanities because we're always under threat. And the theorization of these databases and the theorization of new forms of digital textuality went into the monographs and the single author articles that the creators of these websites and databases also wrote. But those weren't as visible. And nowhere did they really talk in theoretical ways about what they were doing with the data. Or if they did, it was pretty hard to find. So they didn't count either for promotion or tenure. They generated new knowledge, but they weren't assessed as doing that. But they did play a really important role, is that inside humanities departments, people still valued them, and they were in awe of the fact that they could access manuscripts from afar, that they could not have to travel to an archive. And there was a lot of, I want to say, gratitude toward these scholars, even though now, 15, 16 years out from this moment, 25, 26 years out from this moment in some cases, most of this work is now being done by libraries. This is now taken up by digital scholarly services and libraries. So the humanities could accept these tools and even use them, but there wasn't always an imperative either to cite the labor of building them. So then we have this huge expansion of digitized books, but it also hid the underlying data work, that underlying kind of interpretive, close reading, contextual labor that we're so known for, because this post-Google era really relied on quantitative and social scientific methods, and rightly so. You really had to adapt big data to questions about culture at scale. And I don't know if folks remember this moment, but there was not just Google that came in and digitized the books and then took over the copyright of the digitized images of the books. So if you wanted the text or image data, you had to enter into an agreement with Google. But there was also HathiTrust, and this is a US-based consortium of institutions that corrected and cleaned some of the metadata from Google's sloppy work. But it also had to enter into an MOU with Google in order to display those images. And I'm happy to talk about those access issues for very well-resourced languages that are still a problem. So digital scholarly editions didn't really make interpretive data work their central story, since most were small enough to rely on hand transcription, the Google text data in the shape enough to process it, and yet all of that work was pushed to the side in favor of a different kind of modeling. Here it would be topic modeling, statistical modeling, the kind of hypothesis testing that had really been normalized in the computational social sciences. This work did rely on data, but that data was really hard to share. A lot of times people didn't want to share it, or it was almost as if it was a shadow library, or was actually a shadow library of text data that people would hand around on little thumb drives at the time, because it was still pretty small for big data, or would sometimes share if you knew the right person who happened to be a librarian at Stanford, who would kind of look the other way. So a lot of this data that we weren't able to share in the early Franco Moretti days was the same that folks at Science used when they tried to kind of come up with big claims about culture using just n-grams, which, as we know, are problematic for many reasons and is not the cleanest data. And then we move into the work of the early, sort of late teens and early 20s, in which HathiTrust really does make it available, makes sharing data sets available as long as they're out of copyright and you have that MOU, and that's where you get sort of bigger, long-term, large-scale literary historical arguments about things like genre. It's still used in close reading, it's still used in context, but you have to ask to get the data. You can't just download the data that TED uses in each of these chapters, right? That's really tricky. And it's not until very recently in current work by Taylor Arnold, Lauren Tilton, and a lot of other work that I'm not gesturing to here in this little kind of 5-year gap, where people realize it's for the good of the entire humanities to share the data that you have and that you've gone ahead and clean. So we're in an era now, which I think is great, where data is seen in the humanities as the driver of a large portion of work, not just in DH, but in a lot of related fields like computational literary studies, computational humanities research, cultural analytics, which sometimes does and sometimes doesn't associate itself with digital humanities for those almost archival, analog, authentic reasons. It doesn't want to be associated with that kind of humanities. It wants to be associated with statistics, with quantitative social science, with p-values, and that's okay. When I recently took over as one of the editors of the Journal of Cultural Analytics and was going through one of its indexing sites, I noticed that digital humanities was not listed as a topic, but quantitative social sciences was. So the field of computational humanities has really embraced a characterization that applies computational tools to humanities sources that have been transformed into data. But talking about the curation of these data sets, the work of transforming humanities objects into data that's relevant for humanities questions is still something that we need to make more central, and I was thrilled that Cecily did just that earlier. Humanists work with data all of the time. We are deeply invested in its accuracy, in its situatedness, what we choose to study, what we leave out. The first step in successful disciplinary modeling across humanities and computer science builds a bridge of how our approaches to data might differ and why that is. Social scientific methods seem like a bridge sometimes, but if we want to make humanities central to the development of machine learning, we need to ask a couple of different questions. So to be specific, maybe start with a data set. Start with a data set that you find, start with a data set you've made, and list all the questions that each group, each collaborator might ask of that data set. Or better yet, start with something that is really complicated to turn into a data set, a manuscript page, a letter. And think about what you would do to make it tractable, and then push against the easy off-the-shelf tools, and think about what new tool you might want to build. Maybe have a language that's poorly represented in NLP. Maybe a corpus of slang gestures, or a corpus of interpretive ASL, as I just learned someone was making a wonderful data set of. What does each researcher want to ask, and how is each researcher's discipline shaping the questions that they think they are able to ask? Humanists start with questions and often think of their objects of study as sources that then can perhaps become data. Computer science researchers often look for data sets that might help them advance a method or build a new tool. But the methods humanists bring to bear on their objects of study before their objects of study become tractable are choices of close reading, contextualization, and critical thinking. So what does all this mean for humanities and AI? If humanists can think about bringing these concepts to bear on our interventions, then we might have a hand in shaping a field that is by and large now treating culture as a monolith and human as a universal. So rather than seeing humanities as a place to get data or a way to prove that models are human, what if the models are human-like? They can write poems. They're just like us. What if we reorient to think through what humanities can bring to AI instead of the opposite? Because after all, if AI is a cultural technology, humanists are experts in culture. So this was the intention when a team of us wrote Provocations from the Humanities for AI Research. This was with Lauren Klein, Andre Brock, Jessica Marie Johnson, Melanie Walsh, David Mimno, and Maria Antoniak. We were thinking, how can we reach scholars in computer science who had not been collaborating with humanists, and yet who nevertheless saw cultural materials as a new testing ground for what the models could and could not do? Now, if there are any cognitive scientists in the room, you might hear some of your colleagues in my description here. These are folks who attend the yearly ACM conference on fairness, accountability, and transparency. They tend to maybe be philosophers, so they're humanists, but they're not doing humanities work in the same way. We wanted to find a way to provide some guidelines or just some questions that would be easy to transport. You could maybe print it out and put it in your pocket. For some terms that had been used pretty uncritically, we thought, as if they meant the same to everyone. And these have come up already: language, culture, archive, model, data, access, capture. How do you use these terms, for which humanists have multiple models and modes of thinking, in ways that can help researchers in machine learning preserve their cultural necessity of having a metric for evaluation? And what I mean here is that if you're a machine learning researcher, you have to have a metric. It doesn't really matter how much we critique or what we say as humanists at the end of the day. If what we say cannot be operationalized into a measurable metric that can then be shown in a machine learning publication quickly that they've adhered to or not adhered to it, it doesn't really matter. So that's the kind of thing that we'll get a lot when people will say, well, what if you made a benchmark for culture? What would that look like, right? It's an interesting transition. How do you sort of benchmark a cultural technology? Because you have to have an operational definition of culture if you're going to do that. So how do you use these terms? These were intended as provocations, but without metrics attached to them, most researchers can't really consider them. So I invite you to think with me about how we might refine the metrics to feed back into more concise models for humanities research in AI moving forward. And I've attempted a few here, but these are really up for debate. And I'll just kind of close by going through a couple, focusing on culture and data. So humanities and social science researchers first, I think, together, should agree to clarify which definition of culture we are using. And you all here are lucky because your faculty includes both the arts and social sciences together. So you as fields can sort of decide whether you're gonna adhere to this provocation or not. As we write in the paper, we know that the text and images that LLMs produce do not perform well in the context of non-dominant cultures, and at times actively harm them. We can improve training data. We can add fine-tuning processes. We can enhance prompting strategies. We can add new benchmarks. But much of the work on these topics does not ask what culture is to begin with, or seek any involvement from the many humanities fields that are defined by that question. Culture is more than language or image or audio. It is lived experience, traditions, layers of meaning, ways of reading, identities that are mutable and dynamic. In fact, it's the kind of thing that we're trained to do as humanists, think through these layers. But to make it measurable, and in order to immediately avoid the narrow definition of culture that rests on the terms of extractive European modernity, as in a geographic region, or a unifying nationality, or a unifying language, or racial, or ethnic, or religious identity, we have to involve humanities scholars. For us humanities scholars who need to translate for an ML audience, if we can clarify that the word culture in much ML research refers to the way of life of a people group or humanity in general, like which of those, but can also describe the works and practices of intellectual and artistic activity emerging from that particular community of group, just which of those things are you doing? Very, very basic and boring. That would do a lot to clarify some of the claims that are being made. They're complementary definitions, they're distinct, they're important to keep in mind, since it's not only that, for example, a model's training data might be produced by people from different cultures, in the first sense of the word, but that the training data is itself an expression of culture, as in the second sense of the word, as is the model itself, as Cecily said. The distinction between people as cultures and objects or expressions of culture, and our awareness of how both definitions are engaged by generative AI models, is crucial for our understanding of their development and their output. So how training data both reflects cultures and consists of expressions of those cultures can lead to more intentional data curation practices. It is hard not to push this into what a lot of ML researchers call compliance theater. And you can see that in my attempt at coming up with a metric for measuring this intervention. I have just a tick box. Did you do it? Did you define culture? Yes or no? But even if they had just ticked yes or no, I would know whether or not to take them seriously, because what is the default definition they're using then, right? An expanded definition of culture allows us to understand cultural objects, including generative AI models, as expressions of larger power structures, or as active challenges to those structures. So if we can better define what we mean at the moment we're using it, we can then help computer scientists refer to which definition might be the most useful. So I'm asking for humanists to do a little homework here. In general, if you're doing a collaboration with computer scientists and they ask you a question and you say, it's complicated, that's on you. We're at a place where it's really on you as humanists to uncomplicate it, because computer science is also complicated. And so just take a beat and say, I think in this instance you're referring to X or Y, right? I think it's just a leaning forward. So if we can clarify how we define it, and that's on all of us, I think humanists in particular have to also start to value data work as interpretive labor. We have to publish and share data sets. And most importantly, we have to question the legitimacy of the data sets that underpin any AI research about cultural artifacts if those data sets, especially if those data sets do not involve domain experts. So we suggest in the paper developing richer metadata to ensure data sets more accurately represent the contents they seek to include, provide documentation, provide data narratives to situate the data sets, the kind of work that those data sets in context I was showing do. Data essays, that kind of thing. All these approaches rely on those of us who already work in computational humanities and digital humanities more broadly to continue to have conversations with our colleagues about how much they already know about their cultural objects as data. AI research relies on legitimacy. It still does for maybe a little bit longer. If a machine learning researcher makes a claim about a medical intervention based on imaging data, it would not be seen as legitimate unless medical researchers collaborated with them to develop the benchmark data set on which they tested the model's performance. The same should apply to benchmark data sets used to make claims about humanities objects. So in this moment where human-like creative expressions are being lauded as the measure of model performance, poetry, style, and that then feeds into the hype of technological determinism that undermines investment in higher education, especially in the US, for both the humanities and computer sciences, we must not retreat into justifying our work via the same outputs that keep our disciplines siloed. I think AI gives us an opportunity to work together across the disciplines to orient toward what theories, practices, and methods we want to preserve if we believe in preserving the modern research university at all. Bringing people together to have these discussions, as you're doing here and have done amazingly 3 times, which is wonderful, is a crucial way that we can work toward better humanistically oriented AI. And I look forward to our discussions about these topics. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Professor Martin, for your inspiring talk, and giving the assignment, I think, was one of the key takeaways as well. And now I would love to invite Professor Kwong to please come on stage to introduce our next keynote speaker. Professor Kwong, please.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Professor Martin, for the very inspiring talk. And may I now introduce the second speaker, Professor Peter Francois. Professor Francois is Professor of Cultural Evolution and Director of the Computational Humanities Lab at the University of Oxford. He is the founder of the CHED Global History Data Bank Project, a leading digital humanities project aimed at writing world history in a quantitative way. At the Alan Turing Institute, he is the research lead of the Resilient Societies Research Group. his research work focuses on studying long
these disciplines. AI will profoundly change the way they are done. Although at the same time, you can also argue a lot will be the same, there will be continuities and so on, but nevertheless, the way we approach it will obviously change. But I do think world history is a good case to show the impact of AI, as really data is often the bottleneck in writing world history. Very often, at the moment, world history is actually regional history in disguise, and that's not a criticism, it's just a reality in by which you say people who are writing world history are focusing upon a large part of the world which is already stretching the area of knowledge, of expertise of the historian or the couple of historians doing it, or it is world history at the global level, but then at the conceptual level, whereby you make some certain points and you refer to some evidence that you almost cherry pick from the societies you know best. I think what AI will help us to do is in a way write more world history from an empirical point of view and really talk about questions that historians often struggle with. If you have a certain theory you would like to test, well, does it really apply on all continents, on all societies we're looking at? If you make a statement or a claim, well, how representative is it of all the human beings who ever lived, or is it a certain one, etc., etc.? For answering those type of questions, AI and the impact of AI on world history will be great, I think. Now, what I'm going to say now, and in the next 25 minutes or so, I'm not going to make some claims and try to convince you of my points. But what I hope to do is to show you some approaches, some initial results and so on, to have at least a starting point to have a debate about. So there are three parts of my talk. Firstly, I would like you to introduce the SESHAT Global History Databank project, and I will take some time that it was an AI so great with me. All right, let me start first by introducing the project. So, SESHAT Global History Databank. What is it and where does the name come from? Seshat is the ancient Egyptian goddess which recorded the flood data, and as a result you could, with a bit of a push, say she's the goddess of the archives, and she records the health and the wealth of the nation, right? So what we try to do, as you can see there, is that we try to bring data on theoretically motivated variables together in a well-documented and motivated sampling scheme that allows you to answer questions about ratios, about scale, about proportion, and so on. Basically, the questions I told you in the beginning that a lot of historians struggle with. So, what the aim or the motivation of the project is to overcome the cherry-picking problem, which is if you ask humanities scholars and historians, and by the way, I'm a fully trained historian. Until I had a permanent post in history as well, and so on. So I'm talking about myself. I want to make clear. If you ask them, you make a statement, you have a certain theory you have or a hypothesis, and they say, well, what's your evidence? They know one area of study very well, let's say 16th century France, and they can give you 3 good examples of it. Obviously, historians are very well read, so they say, oh, I can also talk about 12th century France and 18th century France and give you more examples of it. They also read about the neighboring countries. Sometimes they have a comparative study in which they compare France with Japan and so on and so forth. But these no matter how well read you are, no matter how big your team is, it is still very hard to answer questions about ratio and say, well, what's the percentage of human beings that actually are impacted by your theory of hypotheses? So how to write world history in a quantified way? So one of the things we did at the beginning, so that is 2011 now, is that we said, well, let's start with geography. So ultimately the aim was to say we are gathering data on theoretically motivated variables. The slide there says 1,500. We are now already slightly above that. And we want to have data on those variables for every year from the Neolithic Revolution till 1900. And we want it for as many geographic points, frankly, all of them in the world. That is a very ambitious research agenda, right? So you start somewhere. So we didn't want to compromise on the time dynamics because we believe temporal dynamics carry a lot of the explanatory power. And so we said, let's focus on 30 time series to start off. So what this slide shows you is on the map, you see the 30 areas that we initially started to have data gathering on. By now we have expanded that sample of 30 to 47, and we have also continuous data in 2 areas of the world, especially Eastern Europe and Sahel. The table below shows you how we have chosen those areas. So in a way we threw 30 darts on the world map, and we say whichever society occupies this real estate at some point, this is the society we're going to gather data for. And we used from UNESCO the division of the world in 10 world regions, and we chose for each world region 3 areas. One where social complexity, and I'm going to talk about that in a minute, arose early. One where it arose late, and then the most scientific of all ones that are somewhere in the middle. Right. Now, obviously, these are only 3 time series out of many more possible. Nevertheless, if you add up the number of humans who have been around, this is already more than half of the total population that was ever alive. Secondly, if you add this up in number of societies, of polities that we have data for, this is between 750 and 770. So that's again already quite a substantial number. We do not gather this data ourselves. I mean, I'm talking about before the AI arrival. In a way, we are relying through grants with a lot of research assistants, postdocs, and so on. And above all, we are relying on a network of 700 historians with whom we engage in defining the variables we're interested in data gathering, back and forth, iterative, working about until we are satisfied with the data quality. What this gives you an idea is for one area, so that of Upper Egypt, here you see the oldest chunk of societies from that timeline. So Upper Egypt has relatively 36 societies or polities which have at different times occupied Upper Egypt, and this is the oldest ones. So obviously if you go down to 36, you are in the 19th century. To give you an idea, Upper Egypt, together with Middle Yellow River Valley, is one of the longest time series we have and also the highest number of societies. If you go back to, for example, and if you look on the map, you can see that if you go to the Ghana coast, we only have 3 or 4. In Big Island, Hawaii, we have 4. So keep in mind the time series, the data we have is very different depending on the place that we're looking at. So what do we have? So what do I mean with theoretically motivated variables? I can ask any of you to name me 10,000 variables that you say is important to understand the dynamics of world history. Now, obviously, if I added up, maybe I have 100,000. So how do you start? We always have, let's say, a specific grant around a topic, around a set of hypotheses we would like to test. And we read on the literature, and the literature suggests you need those 150, 200 variables, and you have data on them, and you need them to do a comprehensive test. That's what I mean with theoretically motivated. We don't try to be the database of everything. Very often, especially in the beginning when we work with historians together, they say, but that's such a shame. You're asking all about the things I don't know too much about in the area of my interest, but I know so much on other variables and you don't want them anyway. And that's I understand that, and it is frustrating, but at the same time, given the cost of putting this data set together, we have to be pretty mercenary and say, no, these are the theoretically motivated variables we're after. You will see we are talking about social complexity, warfare, ritual religion, and so on and so forth. This is an example of a fact, right? So if you look at, we're looking at the population of the largest settlement in Egypt, New Kingdom, Ramesses period, and there you see between 250,000 and 300,000 people. Very important to say, this is not the end of the story. We are trying to add as much complexity as we can. So we are capturing levels of uncertainty and we are capturing levels of disagreement. Uncertainty means that the scholarly community agrees that there is a range there, and going for precision within the range is in a way false precision. Disagreement means that the community breaks in 2 parts, 10 parts, 20 parts, it doesn't matter, but people have very different views and say, I believe this is the answer. And another historian or another school of historians says, wrong, the answer is this. So we are capturing that. We do not flatten history. If there is no data, but there is no data, of course, and so on and so forth. Secondly, it's an evolutionary data set, so we do not pretend to be the last word. We reflect the state of the most recent knowledge. So our oldest data in there is from 2012, 2013, and is for some areas already no longer up to date. If you think of, let's say, earlier periods on which you rely a lot on archaeological data, if you go for Egypt, I mean, I don't want to sound discourteous to Egyptian scholars, but they have tweaked the margins in the last 15 years. I mean, there was already so much knowledge about it that they refined it, there is pushback, there is nuance in interpretation, sometimes a bigger story is emerging and so on, but a lot of the facts were known. If you go for archaeology in the Amazon, if you go for archaeology of China especially, things have the amount of information that has become available in the last 15 years has probably doubled, tripled, quadrupled the amount of information there is. So we have community tools in which anyone, scholars, but also the public, can actually say, please update your data. Now, you don't have also to trust us in a way, because I use those 700-800 historians, and you actually prefer another set, and you would have slightly different answers. So what we do is we capture the variable name, the variable answer, in this case, a range with uncertainty between 250 and 300,000. We then have a paragraph in which we say, based on the literature, these are our logic that we come to the conclusion of this number. And then we also link it with the PDFs of the recent studies we're talking about. So at the back end of our database, there is a PDF library of 165,000 PDFs by now. So you as a researcher can go from the PDF to the interpretive paragraph, to the value, and at any point in the time you can query that. You can say, you're using the wrong PDFs. No problem, give me the better ones. You can say, well, you use the right PDFs, but your interpretation is not very smart. Can you please update that? Well, then we do that, providing it survives data quality checks and so on. Or it can mean your paragraph is good, but you've been too flattening, or you have false precision here. Now, what does this allow you to do? So on the one hand, let me just walk you through 2 examples of what it can do. So in cultural evolution and in anthropology, a big debate is about a concept of social complexity. And what does it actually mean, and how do you compose it? The advantage of social complexity is that you can measure it. So on that, all anthropologists, cultural evolutionary scholars agree. How you measure it, there is huge disagreement. And you have people basically saying it's one-dimensional. Frankly, if you know the largest population, or you basically know the population, this tracks very, very closely with social complexity. You have a lot of other people saying, no, it's multi-dimensional. And you need 10 different dimensions. That's a very famous project using that, and they have the same weighting for all. And then another project says, we agree, it's 10, but you have different weightings on it and so on. So what we, for example, do is we don't come in and say we're going to define what social complexity is. One of our first tests was actually to say, let's look at all the variables everyone ever said this is important to track social complexity. Let's gather the data on it, which is 53 variables, and have those 9 clusters, and then you can have a metric and do some principal component analysis to say, well, how unidimensional or how multidimensional is it really? What does it allow you to do? Is to create metrics like that. This is social complexity for 8 areas of interest. In a way, these are some of the more well-known areas in world history. There is no surprising information there for any scholar working on those areas, or even for the average historian in a way. For example, if you track the green line, you see the rise of the Roman Empire and so on and so forth. What it does allow you to do is 2 things. You can do a statistical analysis, which is sort of the bread and butter of the type of research I do. But as a user, as a humanities scholar, it also allows you actually to play around and say, the area I know a lot about, how does it actually compare? How does it sit with other trends of very different parts of the world? So, for example, our website allows you on the variable level, but also some of the indices, you see one here, to look at and see how it compares, how it scales, how it changes over time. So you can create videos with it, with shapefiles and so on. So you can actually say, the area I know a lot about suddenly becomes a lot more complicated, and actually I never knew how it really fits with, say, areas where social complexity arose late, and you can make those type of comparisons. You can ask very different questions. You can also suddenly write history in a very different way and say, give me all the societies that for the first time in that area broke the 1 million population mark, and show me then always the one society before, and basically what changed. Is there actually a change, or is it just gradual, and so on? These are a type of questions historians often struggle answering. So basically, you can start to measure it. Now, this is what we do. We have funded this project by now with 19 grants. It is very unsustainable that way, because it really depends on me getting the next grant together with my main collaborator. If we have 2 or 3 grants, we have a lot of work to get the team together. If we are reaching the end, the project becomes very unstable and has it a future, etc., etc. The investment in the project has already been way over £10 million, so that would be a shame to see it going off the cliff, that's to put the least. So what is the bottleneck for us? It is time, it is resources. To give you an idea, the cycle to test the theory takes roughly 4 years. It is, we are bringing together across a number of workshops, domain experts on the topic that matters. We break down the variables that we are interested in. We do some initial data gathering, we feed back to our domain experts, and at that point in time, we freeze the codebook and say, we roll it out on all our 800 societies through our network. If later on in the process we say, oh, what a shame, we actually wanted 1 more variable, or this specific variable, we wanted to split it in 2, this becomes prohibitively expensive, because we need to redo a lot of work. So iterative research, playing with research, trying out things, our approach is very hard. So the promise of AI is obviously clear. Can AI speed up the work? Can AI allow us to bring in additional iterative loops in the workflow, in the process, and so on? Whereas the promise is rather clear, the challenges are also clear. If we have data, how good is the data? How do we measure how good the data is? What is our standard, etc.? So we have done a number of benchmarking efforts. The first one is to say, can AI help us to replicate one element of our workflow. And that is basically, if you give it, and that's we doing that, a set number of PDFs and say, these are the relevant PDFs for those variables, can AI read it, summarize it in one paragraph, and suggest a machine-readable code for the variable? And can it do at such a good level that I can then push it to our 700-800 historians who work with us, and these people will say, these are good candidates, I'm happy to engage with you. I approve of this, I approve of that information, I reject this, and so on. But basically, it's less work for them to engage with me than asking them to do it from scratch. That's the baseline I want to have. So how well is AI doing it? So we split our PDF library and our variables in two, and we trained up several models until we were happy with it with half of our data set. And then those trained models we gave to the second half. Basically, we said, just here you got the variable, and here you got the PDFs. Can you give us the answer? And then we compare it with the gold standard, which was our manually composed data set. We asked the LLMs to focus only on questions with 4 potential answers. It was about traits. So basically, the trait is there, it's present, it's absent, it's inferred present, inferred absent. So pure chance gives you 25% of success. For me to be in a place to go with confidence to generate candidates I can push to my collaborators, I need to go to 80 or 90%. What you see here is we did that for several models, and the top one is 46%. So clearly the LLMs know something, they're doing something. It's more than 25. This is a kiss of death for my workflow. If I send this around to my 800 collaborators, I'm losing many, and said, stop giving us so much extra work. It's quicker for us to do it from scratch. Interestingly, the lowest is only 33, so it's not a huge variance. We can debate about that, how do you measure it, but in my view, most of these models perform relatively the same. Then we say, let's look into that a little bit more detail. Does the model work better for certain type of variables, for certain periods, for certain areas? And I'll run you through that. Latin America, you see the mean score from all the models is 42, the best one is 49, and so on. If you eyeball this, again, we have endless interpretations. Is this a lot of difference or is this a little? In my view, it's relatively in the same ballpark. It's not that we reached 80% for certain variables, easy interpretable variables, and we are at 15%. Well, you can't go below 25. Basically, you're at 25% for harder ones. We also said, let's do it on 2 very different types of variables. Very easy in a way, social complexity ones. Very slippery normative ideology ones. Yeah, it confirms that the social complexity ones are easier to get at, but again, not a huge amount of difference. So we published that in Europe's a machine learning journal, this first study of our benchmark. But these were before the deep reasoning models. As you probably have seen from the labels of the models we're using, they're pretty old by now. So 15 months later, we decided, we got an invitation to join the Humanities last exam. Probably many of you are that. That's a huge paper collection, and it's questions that LLMs, AI cannot answer yet. And it's, if to give you an idea, it's with 1,000 authors that one paper. And in the next years you do it again, and basically, yeah, it's what questions remain. Now, we were confident we were sitting on hundreds, thousands of questions large language models could not answer. Obviously, these models then are for doing very different tasks in the sense that they are being given access to our database. That meant they couldn't answer 9 only. So we contributed a very low number of 9 questions to that massive study. We are currently redoing a full replication study of our first, the one I gave you the results of, but with much more sophisticated models. And then obviously we want to use AI for next steps. Rather than saying, hey AI, here you have the PDFs, can you help us interpreting them? Can we just let it go loose on the web as well? Can we send it to JSTOR archives and so on? So that's the next step. So from that, actually, over those years, our approach and our ambition is also changing. Rather than saying, can AI help us create candidates and as a result speed up the work with our experts, we are coming very much and quickly into, can we also use AI-generated data sets, which no longer use the human network we're having? However, if we can describe how well AI-generated data sets, if we can document it, how well and comparable they are to human-generated ones, at what point in time can we trust and say we are going to use AI-generated data sets? If we can prove through our benchmarking that, let's say, the similarity is 90%, and if you are interested in certain questions, for example, long-term time changes, and you're looking at explaining a rise of an order of magnitude, does that 90% versus 100% matter? Similarly, are we actually sure that 100%, the human one, is 100%? I mean, I can bring in a new 100 historians into the mix, and even there will be changes. But basically, how do we measure a cutoff point that we say we are happy to trust AI-generated data sets? And obviously, we will label this very clearly. If users of our data bank can say, I only want to use human-generated data or AI-generated data, which is all vetted by humans. And some people will say, we're happy to go all aboard and use AI-generated data. One reason that I'm happy to be involved in this is that this will happen anyway. And I have now built together with the team such an expertise in tackling these questions and thinking that through, that I at least would like to have our voice on that table in how to do this and interpret it. So I work mostly with computer scientists on a day-to-day basis. And AI-generated data sets on history does exist. And the question is, can I be part of that debate from a nuanced way? Because the idea that you can have a more lab environment in which you generate quickly the data sets, go back iteratively between have feedback loops between theory, hypothesis testing, more data, and so on, is a prize I cherish a lot. There are two words of caution, and then I will stop. Firstly is, despite us having created this theoretically neutral work frame, all the 35 theories and articles that have been published using our data are testing theories and hypotheses generated in Western universities. I still have not managed to have a study saying we will test the universality or the different pathways of a theory generated from somewhere else. For example, around bureaucracy, the role of bureaucracy in human history. We could do that. Secondly, who is missing? You can query our database, which is huge by now, endlessly, but we need to make an effort. So if you go back to the slide, indigenous peoples, for example, need to have an overrepresentation in the database. They are there, the Garo Hills, Chuk Highlands, Amazon, and so on, but we need to do more. Often that means a lot extra work to have the Amazon voices in it. I had to go, I had to be several days with the group I wanted to study, work with them and so on. It's so much easier to do a quick search, but then you're limited to things that are already digitized and so on. So it's how to balance that, how to make sure it's both. And that's the last sentence I'm going to say is the lessons learned from my working with that. We are working now in a collaboration with Computer Science in Oxford and with Fudan University of setting up the AI historian, which should generalize some of these lessons learned. But I'm especially hoping that many of you will say, we would like to collaborate and test theories coming out not just from a Western frame. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Francois, for your enlightening presentation. All right, now we are taking a 30-minute intermission before the upcoming session, which will be the keynote 5 plus the roundtable discussion. You are invited to enjoy a coffee break just outside this plenary hall. See you soon. Thank you for coming back. Now I would love to proceed with the next keynote session, and could I please invite Professor Kwong to please come on stage to invite our next keynote speaker. Professor Kwong, please.
Okay, thank you for coming back. Our last speaker is Professor Julian Thomas. Professor Julian Thomas is the distinguished professor, is the director of ARC Center of Excellence for Automated Decision Making in Society, based at RMIT University, Melbourne. His research focuses on communications and information policy, digital inclusion and inequality, and the history of communication technologies. He has had a long-standing engagement with consumer interests and is a former chairperson of Australian Communications Consumers Actions Network. His recent books include Wi-Fi and the Sage Handbook of the Digital Media Economy. Professor Julian Thomas, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Such a pleasure to be here. Thank you very much for the invitation and the chance to talk about our work. It's been a wonderful day, and I'm going to talk about a bit of the work that we've been doing in our centre, which we've just mentioned. It's located in particular problems and challenges that I think are prominent for us right now in Australia. But I think I will go into a little bit of detail about the work, but I think it will connect with the themes that have run through much of the discussion today. So we might get there, but there'll be a bit of an excursion before we do connect. I want to begin by acknowledging the country on which I work in Melbourne, in Australia, which we do. The traditional owners of the lands where we've done the work that I'm going to be talking about today, the Wurundjeri people of the Eastern Kulin Nations. The image you can see on this slide is a picture that Yorta Yorta artist Trayana Ham produced for our centre. We asked her to produce some work around the theme of automated systems, algorithms, and country, and this piece is called Information Retrieval on Country. These blue shapes that you see there represent computational data structures that float above or are superimposed over the country of Southeast Australia where the artist works. I think the work reminds us that questions about information systems, about knowledge structures and technology are always embedded in particular places, in particular cultures and histories. So the infrastructures we build for knowledge, whether they're research projects or centres, archives or other things, are never, of course, purely technical. They reflect relationships between people, institutions and land. So the work I'm going to be talking about today is located, as I said, in a particular place and time, but I think it does connect more broadly. I want to talk today about the implications of what we see as a new wave of automation that is transforming social, civic and cultural life. This wave is closely associated, of course, with recent advances in artificial intelligence, including the large language models and generative AI systems that we've been talking about quite a bit today, but I don't think it's exactly the same. And there are reasons, which we can go into if we have time, for, I think, approaching it in a slightly different way, as a wave of automation rather than a technology in itself. The deeper transformation isn't, I think, in the technology, it's in what we are doing with it. And in the case of the automated systems that we're particularly interested in our research in Melbourne, it's in the fact that the automated systems which are ever present in our daily lives now are increasingly being used to make decisions about what we see, what we know, and what opportunities we encounter in everyday life. For much of the 19th and 20th century, the idea of automation was primarily associated, as you know, with the idea of machines making things. Automation in manufacturing replaced or reshaped forms of manual labour. But in the 21st century, we're seeing the emergence of this new mode of automation, machines making decisions. When automated systems begin to make decisions, and I think this is what's most significant about it, we see the effects extending well beyond labour relations. They begin to reshape institutional environments and processes. Neil talked about this very well in the context of schools. But in other domains, we see the same thing going on. They begin to reshape the way our news is distributed, how we allocate credit or finance to different people, how advertising reaches audiences, how cultural content circulates, and how public debate unfolds. These systems intervene in social processes that historically depended on human judgment in institutional settings. So, of course, they raise new questions for us about oversight, about how they can be improved. About inclusion, we're talking about the degree to which people are actually able to participate. About inclusion, we're talking about the degree to which people are actually able to participate in the digital economy and in society. So you can break that down into a lot of different things. Access to networks and devices, the capacity to use them well, material access, affordability of key services, the capabilities required to be able to do that at a individual household and institutional level. But it also has to include the capacity, the ability to choose whether to use those services or not, to opt in or out of digital systems that increasingly structure everyday life. So there's a point where inclusion starts to shade into questions about agency, which I think are really, really critical. Observability also, I think, is really a fundamental problem here. If we're asking ourselves what critical capabilities people will need in order to make effective use of automated systems, it's essential that we can understand what those systems are doing. And that means being very clear about how they work and how they are different from what we have had before. So observability in my discussion here, at least, refers to the capacity of researchers in the humanities and elsewhere, regulators, communities, public interest organisations, to examine how automated systems operate. Would parents be so keen on all those edtech systems if they knew how they worked? So observability requires access to data, measurement, modes of measurement, evaluation and oversight. Because without all of those things, the systems that increasingly govern digital environments remain very difficult for us to scrutinise or regulate. So they look like two rather different questions, but I think they are connected. Answering them requires, on our part, as scholars and researchers, as people working with communities in this area, they require a combination of making things and critiquing things, both those things. Developing technical tools and infrastructures while also analysing and understanding the social and cultural implications. So I suppose I see that particular combination, that element of craft that I think runs through a lot of the work we've been talking about today in different ways. But I see that as a very distinctive contribution of the humanities in this particular digital moment. And one of those areas where we can very clearly say that the humanities are going to be essential for us to understand and to influence and improve the automated systems and the AIs that we're all working with every day. So, a little bit about the centre. To describe our approach to those questions, I was going to talk about a couple of programs of work at our centre in Melbourne. I won't say a lot about it, but I think that it may be of interest for a couple of reasons. First of all, it is a cross-disciplinary centre, so a lot of the questions that we've been talking about all day, about how we work with colleagues across disciplines in computer science, data science and elsewhere, how we work across the whole spectrum of humanities and social science approaches really kind of arise for us every day in this centre. But one thing that I do think is distinctive about it is that it is a centre which has a centre of gravity in the humanities. So it's a large-scale national organisation with a strong cohort of computer science researchers and colleagues in there, but the agenda and the research program has been driven from within the humanities. I guess the other point about it is that it's not just a centre for the study of automated decision-making systems, but we have been funded to work with partner organisations in Australia and internationally to help frame, help influence, help guide the development of better systems. So the questions that guide us are not just what do we need to know about these systems? That's a very big one and takes up a lot of our time, but it's also what can we actually do to make these work better for particular communities in particular places. Okay. So two projects to talk about, and I'll keep moving because I'm conscious of the time. The first one I wanted to mention is a project we've been working on actually before our centre existed, but called the Australian Digital Inclusion Index, which provides a national longitudinal measure of what we call digital inclusion across the Australian population. So with some geographic granularity and also measures across time. So it's designed to provide a detailed evidence base for better policy, community interventions, better research, and better understanding of the emergence of significant digital inequality in Australia. It's a complex problem. Digital inclusion is a very broad term, but it is one of those ones which we think helps if you do break it down across several dimensions. So we've worked out a model which has now been widely used and adopted in government, in the community sector and by corporates in Australia, tackling three different components of this. The questions of access, which refer to people's capacity to use and connect with networks and devices. So access, affordability, which is about people's capacity to pay for a reliable and decent internet connection. It's not about what they actually pay for internet services. So affordability is the second dimension, and the third relates to is digital ability relating to people's capabilities to skills and confidence to use digital technologies effectively. So those three different dimensions, we think taken together, they provide a far richer and more complex picture of digital inequality in Australia than you see if you simply look at connection statistics, which is what in the past governments have done. It emphasises the degree to which questions of digital inequality are not simply about technology or infrastructure or physical infrastructure. They go far more than that. All right, so look, I'm going to show you a few horrible slides, charts. So I'm sorry to inflict these on you, but I'm going to show you three different versions of this actually. So you'll get the idea, but this shows you that distribution of digital capabilities, digital inclusion across the population, and you can sort of see where the big differences are. You can look at some of those categories all set out across the bottom of that chart and see where the steep gradients are. You can see there's a national average figure, that dotted line that goes right through, and then the differences that emerge. And these are differences which make a significant difference for the daily lives of people involved. Digital inclusion, despite the fact that we talk all the time about the ubiquity of connections, the ubiquity of mobile services, are very variable. We do not have an inclusive internet in Australia. We have a stratified internet, and it's the same everywhere else. Digital inclusion varies significantly depending on how much money you earn, what your level of education is, what kind of housing you've got, how old are you, whether you're disabled or not, and where you happen to live, whether that's in remote or regional areas or in the big cities. So all of those differences dramatically shape the opportunities people have to participate in digital society. Now, as we've said already today, some of these differences, of course, reflect economic and social inequalities which are foundational in a country like Australia and in many others. But at the same time, their effect is to widen gaps because these digital technologies are now so significant. Just to very quickly show you the affordability version of this slide, so just looking at that one single dimension, and I show you this just because so many measures of digital inclusion either focus, as I said, on the access issues, on technical infrastructure, connections, or on digital ability and skills, digital literacy. Affordability is actually an absolutely critical part of all of this. The people's capacity to materially afford the internet services that they need. So you can see the very sort of steep gradients that exist across some social categories in this area. It really shows us where the pressure points are as cost of living pressures increase, across society. Last one, I promise. So this is not index data. This is just, have you been using generative AI? And it is interesting, again, in the light of the sort of social gradients that we've been looking at, a different distribution. But it does show how generative AI tools are being used by particular groups of people. Younger people, university graduates, professionals, people who speak languages other than English at home. So there are we can see new forms of technological advantage and disadvantage emerging. Okay, so the index provides an evidence base that policymakers, industry organisations and community groups can use to design interventions, and it has been used for that. But measuring digital inequality at a national level is only part of the challenge. To understand it more deeply, we do need place-based research. So this is the work that we do with remote Indigenous communities in Australia. It's contributing to the Australian government's Closing the Gap framework, a set of agreements with national Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander organisations which are designed to reduce Indigenous disadvantage. So I'll show you where we work. Across a whole range, the place names in black are where we've been going for the last 4 years. The ones in red are the ones we've just started going to and will be doing for the next 4 years. So these are where we're working with local First Nations organisations, research partners, co-researchers to build up a very detailed picture of what the communications and digital ecology looks like in these places. These are the partner organisations we've been working with. As you can see, the data highlights some significant disparities. The big figures on the left there are the gaps between the figures for First Nations Australians and those national average figures for digital inclusion that I mentioned earlier. So this project is very closely connected to the Digital Inclusion Index. But look, there's a lot there. You can see it's broken down across those 3 different dimensions of digital inclusion, but you notice that the ability gap is much less than affordability or access. And I think that tells us a great deal about what the resources actually are in those communities and the capabilities of the people in there. The fact that there are significant digital resources in those places already, and that's what we're building on when we're starting to talk about how they can develop more appropriate and better technologies for their own use. So the project is not about simply measuring those conditions. We're working with communities to create solutions that address those problems and reflect local priorities. I'll finish by just saying a little bit very quickly about the work we do around observability. The inclusion research, I think, has been important. It's influenced a lot of direct investment and policy making in that space, but it doesn't get at how these systems actually work. So just a little bit of quick background on what we call the Australian Internet Observatory, which is a spin-off from our centre, funded by National Research Infrastructure Funding. Just got a minute, so I'm just going to do this very quickly. We're all familiar with the ways in which access for researchers to digital platforms has become incredibly difficult. APIs have been closed off or made very expensive in many cases. So there's another way of doing it, which is what we're particularly interested in. we're still doing what we call there the platform-centric work, the APIs where we can use them and the web scraping when we can do it. But we're moving much more to what we're calling their user-centric work, and particularly this model of data donation. And I think this is where we can start to see digital inclusion becoming a kind of digital citizenship, a kind of agency which takes people beyond simply participating in digital services, using them, and actually beginning to understand how they work. So this is where people are donating their data to research. I will conclude. There's multiple ways of doing it, and we can talk more about all of those. Advantages and disadvantages, of course. The digital platform ecology is increasingly complex, and people are using more and more digital platforms. This is one of the problems with the API platform-centric model, but of course it's also a problem to some extent with a data donation model where some platforms will be accessible and some won't. I will finish, and I'm sorry to be running out of time, but I just wanted to say that in the Australian context, these initiatives have depended entirely on collaborations between researchers, telecommunications companies in some cases, public agencies, community organisations. Those partnerships are what enable us to move beyond analysis and to start moving towards developing better solutions and alternatives to the systems we have now. The same principle, I think, applies internationally. The challenges posed by automated decision-making systems are actually global in scale. So addressing them requires cooperation across our institutions and across borders. And I think this is the best place imaginable to start that work. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Thomas, for your inspiring presentation. Up next, could I please invite Professor Kong to be the lead for the roundtable discussion for the final keynote speech has been over. And for the audience, this is your chance to ask questions. So let's be interactive. Thank you.
So first of all, thank you all the speakers, Professor Martin, Professor Thomas, for all the inspiring presentations on digital humanities. I was tasked to be the moderator of this session of roundtable discussion. And of course, the audience, you are more than welcomed to throw in questions and comments as well. But of course, as the moderator, by the way, I'm Kwang Chi Man from the History Department, and this is really a privilege to be in this occasion to be part of the discussion on digital humanities and all the related subjects, AI, etc., in our study. So I would really like to use the opportunity to ask my own questions first, which I just shared with all the speakers. So the first one is rather personal. It's basically based on my personal experience. When I was listening to all the presentations, and I start thinking, of course, I have to prepare for the questions. And then I immediately text my assistant outside who printed it and then bring it back to you in the right moment. So this really shows the power of all these digital technologies, the instantaneous preparation of all these. The thing is, but it really gives me a kind of a feeling that it makes me think, because all these technologies and capabilities and speed are not really available for many people, right? It only happens in this way in the past few years, in fact, in my impression. So my first question is really about my own experience in doing digital humanities since 2018, when I was a military historian by training, and I have never actually worked on digital tools. As a military historian, I'm actually ashamed to say that the earliest maps in my PhD thesis, published in 15 years ago, was done on MS Paint. So I haven't actually started using GIS until 10 years ago or so. So it was really backward back then. But then, well, when I started to use all these digital tools, for me, it's GIS, the learning curve is really steep. It's really steep. So my question is really that, do you have any advice for the newcomers in the field? Because in Hong Kong, we have lots of historians and lots of humanities scholars, but digitally trained humanities scholars and historians, they're not many. And many of those people would be like me, who would be joining this scheme of things in the middle of our career, or even later part of their career, on the one hand. And on the other hand, you have the new postdocs or new PhD graduates who, unfortunately, in their previous training in the past few years, took place right before the emergence of all these LLM, the explosion of all these digital tools and so on. So I really, in my interaction with many of these new early career scholars, they really feel they are very disadvantaged. Just imagine if you start your PhD like 7 or 5 years ago, you just finished, and then the world is so different. So do you have any advice for them? So two types. First, the mid-joiners, like people like me, okay, joining into the fray in the middle of the career. And second, for the newcomers, the new PhDs, new postdocs, and many of the students here many of them probably are thinking of doing a PhD or postgrad study. So do you have any advice for them? Can we start with Professor Martin? Thank you.
I have so much advice.
That's great.
Well, so I'll answer for both, I guess, the newcomers and the postdoc, or the midstream. So first, just to say, I finished graduate school before Google Books. So, you know, those of us who've been in the field for a long time also have watched the field change. And one of the wonderful things about digital humanities as a field is because technology is always changing, we're all always newcomers. Even though some of us might have been using machine learning before, before BERT came out and before we were sort of using these transformer-based models, we still had to relearn. I mean, that's, I think, part of what's different in a way for the people who are in digital humanities versus the people who are out, who might be able to specialize and do one thing very, very well over and over. We're constantly having to relearn, and that's part of what we enjoy about our field, is that it's challenging in that way. I think for an absolute newcomer, though, if you really can't find resources at your institution, so you've gone to the library, you've gone to your communications school, if you have one, to your information sciences school, if you have one, to your data sciences school, if you have one, or even to your computer science or high performance computing unit, if they have one, because they'll have training programs too. If you've really exhausted your institutional possibilities and there's nothing there, go to the university that's next door, closest by. Go to the next university. If you regionally can't find anything, go to summer schools. Find online workshops, take a class online, try to get some funding to go somewhere to figure it out. But if you are nervous about traveling and you want to do something online, Programming Historian for Historians is incredible. Tons of tutorials there. The Data Sitters Club, also amazing, kind of beginning data analysis notebooks there. You can look at the Introduction to Cultural Analytics textbook that's also online by Melanie Walsh. There are a couple versions of that I think are really humanities friendly and oriented toward newcomers in lots of different levels. And I would also recommend just starting to poke around conference websites and journals. Just look at the titles, look at the scholars, kind of just start to follow the field. It's just like any new field. Just orient yourself like all of a sudden you are going to study a painting and, oh, you don't know anything about history. Well, what would you do to get oriented in a field? Same thing with digital humanities. Find the journals, find the main scholars, figure out what the main controversies are, kind of get your feet underneath you. Because in addition to a collection of techniques, tools, and methodologies that you can use, it's also a field. And so it's good to be respectful of the people who've been in the field. So I think those are kind of my main beginning things. And then the other thing I would say is that if you're a graduate student or even a faculty member midstream, don't be afraid to be very, very humble and talk to colleagues in data science and computer science or at other universities and just ask them, hey, this is my project. Are there people who I could talk to or work that might be interesting? Just get people to talk to you. And if there's any way you can start a collaboration, that's the best way to learn. You have to be really, really bad before you can be really good. So that's okay. It's just be really humble.
Thank you very much, Professor Martin. And Professor Francois?
Yeah, just two things quickly, and both are pertaining to the attitude you should have, in my view. The first one is that you need to realize that not all fields are equal or behave on the same rhythm. If you have an established field, innovation and everything else, the difference in the last 10 years is not necessarily that huge. Within digital humanities or computational humanities, that is comparing the medieval times with today, basically. Things are changing at such breakneck speed, and you need to grasp this. That also means you need to look differently at the field, and rather than saying, oh, I need to read everything since 1995, let's say, a lot of that is, it pains me in a way to say, a bit outdated, right? Because it is young field, it goes through different lifetimes within 5 years. So it's an attitude you need to have and said like, what would I like to do and what do I need? And you use the existing literature in a very functional way, much more functional than if you were looking at a history field or sociology and so on. So that's one. And then secondly is to repeat the point Meredith already made, and that is collaborate. I think that's good. I find it especially useful to collaborate with people who bring a different skill set to the table. So some of my postdocs have PhDs in physics, right? And it's, how did they end up there? Well, they're very good at building tools, thinking it through from a mathematical point of view, and so on and so forth.
Thank you, Professor Francois. And Professor Thomas?
Just a few things to add, really, not a lot substantively, but I guess just in thinking about my experience with this as somebody whose engagement with technology goes back a very, very long way before LLMs really became a thing. I guess I've been really surprised and delighted by the generosity of my colleagues in other disciplines, especially in the technology areas, in computer science and data science, their willingness to talk, their engagement with the sorts of ideas, the kinds of critical dispositions that we were talking about earlier that we associate with a sort of humanities response, the capacity to come up with different sorts of questions which take their work in other directions and encourage them to ask other questions. So I think it's one of those things where when you start talking to people, it often works. They are just as curious about the sorts of issues we're interested in as we are in the way they work. The other thing I would say is that as somebody mid-late career, I learn a vast amount every day from our PhD students and our postdocs. And I think they are at the cutting edge of all of this work, and they are moving much faster with it than we are, and they're really driving. Like I was talking about our research centre, they're the ones who are driving the research program for our centre. I totally agree. YouTube is fantastic. Like if you want to learn anything, we were talking about these peer-produced how-tos. It's an incredible resource for research methods. I think I'd say at any level for academics looking for connection and help, find or join or create a club, like a network, whether it's a conference that you didn't know about, a seminar series, a course, a program, any of these things that we've been mentioning. People want to get together. This is not the sort of thing that is formalised, that is recognised that you're going to necessarily be able to put on your CV, but it's enormously useful. You know, make a club of people who know more or as much about this as you do, have the same interest. The last thing I'd say about this is think really hard about what you're really interested in. You know, so what are the problems that really challenge you, that really drive your curiosity, that inspire you, and look for people who are working on those or cognate areas, because it can sometimes be easy to get sidetracked or distracted when you're finding your way. Being clear about the questions that really animate your research helps if you're going about that task of making connections.
Thank you, Professor Thomas. If I may push a little bit further in that direction, that is Hong Kong. You say Hong Kong is not a big place, but it's not a small place either. 7 million people, 8 million people, so quite a large population. Physically, it's not very big, but so when we talk about Hong Kong history and Hong Kong culture and so on, use of digital humanities methods, and we have lots of studies using those methods. But at the same time, under the larger scheme of things, when you have big LLMs, including everything in the world to train models, etc., how can these small, because I start with very small studies. Yeah, my most recent paper is about a mass grave in Sai Ying Pun, somewhere on Hong Kong Island. So how can these microscopic or micro studies contribute to the larger scheme of things in the age of all these digital tools and AI? Because I think sometimes we always talk about the possibilities of minorities being underrepresented or even misrepresented in these cases. So for societies like Hong Kong, what can we do? How can we contribute?
I think there were two questions there, right? How can small studies contribute to AI? And also what can Hong Kong contribute? So I think those are separate questions,
in
right?
Because
yeah. everyone starts with a small, well, maybe not Peter, but almost everybody starts with a small question, right? And so we're always, even computer scientists who have been studying big data since it was coined, right? That was micro at one time, right? LLMs used to be pretty small. Parameters used to be pretty small, right? So the scale question of the micro and the local, that's just a matter of time in some ways, right? I think that you can't really worry too much about whether what you're interested in is going to impact AI. If you're interested in it, it doesn't matter. Just if you're interested in it, just do it. If the data that you're developing you think is important for something that's not being represented right now in machine learning research, then you can just write to the author of the paper who made a mistake about mass graves and say, your AI benchmark on mass graves is really bad, and I know about this because I'm an expert, and that person will want to talk to you because their models are only as good as their data. So I mean, I think the micro expertise, even if your data set isn't big or consequential or can't change the development, your expertise can change the development and can then be part of the conversation of deploying the next model or the next benchmark, right? So to me, if you want to interact with machine learning researchers who are writing cutting edge papers and coming up with the next model benchmarks, you have to show you have expertise in a way that is valuable to them. And that's kind of what I'm trying to provoke a little bit, is just sort of saying, I don't expect this person to come over and care about the history of poetic form necessarily. But if they're going to make claims about poetic form, I have no qualms about making them feel like I'm smarter than they are about poems. And I think it will help them then maybe think about how they can make smarter models, right? So there's something there about just offering expertise and then sneaking in a little bit of influence. I don't know. We'll see how it goes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Professor Martin. And Professor Francois?
Thank you. So yeah, there's a big difference in a way between my data set, which focuses on the specific and the micro, and it's just a huge collection of micro facts, and the interpretation, which I also do, which is the aggregated one. So my more long-lasting contribution, I hope, to the field is the data set, not necessarily my analyses. These will be superseded by more sophisticated tests, interpretations, and so on. So if there is any contribution of my data set, it's not actually saying I have brought together X amount of information on this, but it allows you also to query the limits of it, right? So it visualizes very well what we know, what we don't know, what we know on the periphery, and so on. So that you can actually locate your micro case study and see how does it fit together in a wider framework. So in many ways, I don't see much of a tension there. And whereas for me in my project, that's an easy case to argue for, I think even many other large-scale digital humanities projects will have a similar way of linking the macro and the micro.
Thank you, Professor Francois. Yeah, okay. And I think time is for the floor, though. We do have many questions here, but instead of me doing all the asking, I think the floor would be interested in asking a question or two. Jenny, you look around. I know. Please, Jenny.
Thank you, Professor Cole. Thank you, Professor Martin, Professor Francois, and also Professor Thomas for a very wonderful afternoon session. I'm Jenny, and I'm also part of HKBU. I'm currently working on hermeneutics and epistemology related in the age of AI, and I come from a literature background. So what I ask probably has more to do with my own research rather than for the general good. So this is really two questions disguised as one question. So my big overarching question is, what might be the best practices to follow and the principles that we can observe as we develop workflows in our own AI or digital humanities project? So the first aspect is given the perceived tension or the antagony between AI and what we're doing in humanities or even social sciences, which is innate to the nature of these two things, the skill versus close reading or highly contextualized reading, and also the black box versus the need for transparency and also justifiability and traceability. What might be the best practices or principles to observe? And the second is about data handling. As we create, manage, and disseminate these data, what should we do to make sure we do not slip into, say, data colonialism, which is already a thing, or even worse, data hegemony, which is very worrying based on, especially because now most LLMs are trained using English sources. So this really just trying to summarize all of the many things all keynotes have covered. So yeah, that will be my quick question. Thank you.
Thank you for those questions. I'm still thinking about the Hong Kong question, by the way, but I'll have an answer for you by tomorrow. So I think in terms of workflows and the perceived antagonism, I sort of undermine those most of the time when people bring them to me, like, oh, my humanities source is precious and I can't be datafied, and I just look at them and think, do you use keyword searching? Do you use OCR? Are you on a Linux machine that's completely detached from any network? Like, get real. I'm sorry. There's no precious non-digital authentic space where you're not implicated in a system that you don't control right now in the modern university. And so to me, it's not a matter of humanities and social sciences or machine learning algorithms or AI or capture or whatever. You're in the soup. And I think that you just have to learn about it so that you can be a knowledgeable navigator of the information systems in which you are already trained, because you know how to conduct modern research right now, and that relies on computational systems and subscriptions that you don't control. And if you want to learn more about them, then you talk to the library and you talk to the institutions that do those subscription services for you, or you learn more about the companies and their conglomeration and who controls them and how all that works. But opting out is really hard if you want to succeed as an academic. So I think it's worth kind of just acknowledging that even if people like to perform a particular kind of technical allergy as humanities researchers, sometimes there are very few of them that aren't using computers. And there are also very few of them that have bothered to learn how their computers work. So the very first step might be a little bit of material education about the kinds of things and programs and processes that you already use before jumping into, oh my gosh, what's a transformer? Well, okay, what's a word processor? There's a great amount of small little tiny bits of knowledge that we can learn to kind of feel a lot more confident in our interactions with technology. So I didn't mean that to be directed antagonistically toward you, but I feel like I have this conversation a lot toward people, like, how can I keep the purity of my humanities ideals intact and still use AI? And I think, do you use Google? Do you use Microsoft? Is your phone on a network? Is your phone made of minerals and deposits and, material? I don't know. Anyway, I'm one of those everything is a bad object people, sorry. Anyhow, so I would just say workflows-wise, to be responsible in that, you can learn about them, but you can also really kind of think hard about what you want to use it for and what you don't. Sort of where the moments are where you feel like you're going to gain something and where you might lose something. And just like handwriting notes, some people really feel like they lose something when they type notes. So same kind of thing. If you're going to interact with a chatbot, you might ask yourself before you do it, do I want to interact with a librarian or a person or a scholar or a student, something like that? What am I getting from this interaction? Why am I reaching for it? Just like you would ask yourself, why am I looking at Instagram? Because I want to feel bad about myself, which is what I say in my head every single time I open it up. It's good, actually, to keep you from looking at social media, by the way. Any of you who are struggling, if you ever want to open up social media and train yourself not to, why am I opening it up? I want to feel bad about myself. Kind of changes it, right? The data handling question, I think there's a couple of different questions there. I think your data is your object of study. It's the thing that you're gathering because you're curious about that. So that's a question really about how do I avoid replicating colonialism and hegemonic normative systems in my research. It's less about data and more about an orientation toward what it is that you're doing and sort of what your approach is to your research. And the data is either the product of that or something that you have gone through a lot of work to figure out with the community you're studying, how to honor their desire around the data. So a lot of it depends on what the data is, and there are a lot of best practices already around data handling and around data curation, and it really depends on the kind of data. But again, people who work in these fields, in libraries, they have a lot of answers about this because it's what they study.
I'll very quickly go, and I'll just answer the first question, then I'll hand over. I'm going to slightly push back at your framing, because to some extent you said, well, before we had was close reading and a set of assumptions and workflows, and now we have distant reading and so on. I think we need to split that up, especially in the field of history, but even in English or in literature, and that is there's always been a continuum between the qualitative and the quantitative, right? Especially, let's say, in history. So I think a better framing is to say, if you want to do qualitative research, what are the implications of the arrival of AI on these workflows? And if you want to do quantitative research, what are the implications of the arrival of AI on workflows and so on? But conflating the two, it can be a bit slippery and risky, I feel. So I always feel, you know, the distant reading is older. You know, we didn't have to wait for AI to do that. You could do it manually. You know, it would take a long time and so on. But the whole idea of I'm going to count to understand a corpus, it's been around in literature for decades and decades, in history for sure. Anyway.
Just a comment to add to what people have said, which I mean, I entirely agree with. I think the challenges, the questions you're raising are, you know, really significant ones, which I know my colleagues and collaborators, not just in universities doing this kind of work, but everywhere, are dealing with all the time. I think the suggestions are really good. I guess I wanted to say, though, that I think we should be working towards a system, a model, a set of knowledge practices, research infrastructures, which enable us to, and I don't mean this in any kind of dismissive way, but which would enable us to get on with our work. So that, I mean, I was talking about the problem of, you know, like understanding digital media platforms, for example. At the moment, almost anybody who works in that area is an expert on digital media platforms. So we might be interested in climate change. We might be interested in the future of cities or the future of work. If we start looking at how these issues play out in the digital environment, all of a sudden we have to know more about meta than we do about anything else. I guess what I would really like to see us get to in the humanities and in the social sciences is a place where the systems and the infrastructures, the research infrastructures that we take for granted in other contexts, but what if they were there for people who want to do that kind of work? So you didn't have to be an expert in the platform in order to research the subject.
Thank you. Thank you for the speakers' discussion. I really want to continue the discussion, but I saw our helper actually announce the end of this session. But we can always continue in the reception session. It feels like very short, right? We haven't just even started. I'm sure the audience may also have lots of questions, but time is the most important factor here. I said time's up. Actually, there's an exclamation mark with that. I love it. Good. Okay, so thank you very much for the very inspiring talks and the round table, and give our speakers a big round. Thank you very much. And the next step would be by our MC, who will announce what happens next.
One, two, three. Oh, it works.
All right. Thank you to Professor Meredith Martin, Professor Peter Francois, Professor Julian Thomas, and Professor Koh for the inspiring roundtable discussion. Please be seated. Yes.
All right, testing. Oh, it works.
As the symposium draws to a close for today, we reflect on the rich tapestry of insights we have woven together.
To offer the closing remarks, please welcome Professor Daniel Lai, Dean of Arts of Social Sciences at Hong Kong Baptist University.
Professor Lai, please.
right. I don't know whether friends and colleagues and students noticed that during the discussion, the whole auditorium was silent. The reason is we are so attentive to all the discussion and the presentation. I think we should really give ourselves a big round of applause, congratulating for having the opportunity to all of us to be able to learn from our distinguished speakers. First of all, I really like to thank everyone again for being here today at this very iconic Palace Museum to discuss the strategies and impact of a digital future. As our council chair, as well as our president, mentioned about this year marks the 3rd year of our international symposium. And in this symposium, we have been exploring the latest developments at the intersection of digital technology, humanities, and culture. Colleagues and friends, you may have noticed that, and I personally really feel that no matter which training background and disciplines you came from, today, from our various speakers, I think your voice, your questions, and your area of research that you're interested in must have been covered one way or another, or open it up for you some directions or insights for further inquiries that you're going to do continuously. It has been both an honor and a privilege for us to welcome our distinguished scholars and experts this year, as well as in the past 2 years. Well, this year is particularly important because of our 70th anniversaries of our university. For 7 decades, Hong Kong Baptist University has upheld the tradition of academic excellence, fostering innovation, critical thinking, and cross-disciplinary collaboration. In this anniversary year, we are especially proud of our ongoing partnership with Beijing Normal Hong Kong Baptist University, combining our efforts towards academic enrichment. As many of us have alluded to, Day 2 of the symposium will take place in Zhuhai on Friday. And this collaboration further enhance and strengthen our bonds towards our goal of having one university, 2 campuses. As we navigate an era marked by rapid technological advancements and the rise of artificial intelligence, our university and faculty remain committed to embracing, exploring, and critically analyzing these changes. We will continue to engage with developments of innovation, thus ensuring our academic community are at the forefront of evolving debate and dialogue. And most importantly, as many of our speakers have mentioned about, humanities are about human beings. There are many aspects of it. We definitely understand well that technology is not the end. It's really something in between that we can apply and strengthen our sense of humanities and our contributions to our society and the people we serve, the people we love, and the people we care about. In exploring the impact and development of our digital future, I believe today's symposium has provided valuable new insights and foster meaningful discussion for everyone here. As we bring day 1 of the symposium to a close, I want to express my sincere appreciation for the vibrant discussions and rich exchange we have shared. Every conversation, be it on the stage, be it during the discussion time, be it questions from the floor, or be it during the informal interaction during the coffee break or the lunch time, they are very important. Okay, and I think that All these highlight the critical role of humanities in meeting these upcoming changes and particularly empowering innovative strategies. I'm also delighted to share that, put that things into context. This auditorium has 400 seats. We had recorded 780 plus in-person participation at different time span during this session today. And at the same time, this reflects strong interest that we have been attracting. We have also welcomed over 2.38 million via live streaming through 4 different online platforms. And this by itself is also a very important statement of our work has been drawing attention from different parts of our country or maybe even around the world. Together, we have the potential to turn the challenges into opportunities, because don't forget, behind us, there are lots of support that we have been receiving. Let us move forward and continue to our discussion in our respective field and communities. May today's discussion inspire ongoing collaboration and innovation. Thank you once again for your participation and enthusiasm. I hope the insights and ideas shared here will continue to grow and inspire. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Lai. Please be seated. Thank you all for being an integral part of the first day of the 3rd International Symposium on Humanities and Culture, Strategies and Impact of a Digital Future. We hope that the conversation started here today will continue to inspire and challenge us all. We look forward to welcoming you on Friday at the Beijing Normal University, so-called Hong Kong Baptist University, campus for the 2nd day of our symposium.
And until next time,
keep innovating, keep inspiring, and keep making a difference.
Goodbye.